hunger in my eyes that not only do I want the followers and to advance my position, but this ain't no game. This ain't no game. Hassan Piker thinks of advancing his piece more than Gypsy. That's weird, because I don't think Gypsy is some who doesn't see the benefit of the collab. I think he sees the benefit and has this fear of, one, he doesn't have the heart to actually be a little racist, right? He's like, so I don't have it in me to say it in front of Myron because he's being so nice to me, and no one's been nice to me since prison, since I dropped the soap. And I'm like, bro, I really am the type of guy that avoids problems. These guys have attacked me so many times, I've ignored it every single time. Unless someone attacks Nick, that's different because Nick is my Frankenstein, right? I literally pushed him out into the world. He's right. He's my Frankenstein. So when they attack Nick, I know it's how you say, it's like a spiritual attack. But when they attack me, it's in a weird way. It's like you're attacking a channel that barely goes live. It's kind of really weird. Like you're attacking a dude who comes and goes, right? I come and go. You know what I mean? I'm like a cowboy that drifts into town, and it doesn't make sense. Nick is live every night. Attacking Nick is like a different kind of thing, right? It's different energy. So for me, it's like there's so many battles I've forgotten. Like I forget to fight so many of my battles just because I'm like, who is this guy again? But for Nick, is like, no, that's my Frankenstein. Not only is Nick gonna fucking humiliate you, but my whole army is gonna attack you too. And that's how we move. We advance the chess piece that we want to move forward, right? I don't want to move Zherka forward right now. I want to move Nick forward. Doesn't even want to put Gypsy forward. What kind of side do we have here? It's like it almost makes me want to water down the movement and bring in Asmongold. And yeah, this is gonna make more sense. But in my head, I like the spiky side of the right. I like the weirdos of the right. I thought they had so much character development in them, and I thought that they're, I could almost see them in 10 years being real forces of nature, even if they get one Bill Maher appearance where Bill Maher just tries to shit on them and they get the last laugh. That's that's how much of an idealist I am, that I want to see the pagan, everyone of your gods left your temples, bro. I want to see all of them have a chance to dunk on the Democrat, the devilish Democrats, right? And time again, they prove me wrong. Just like I feel like a disappointed father. Like, are you a guy? This is not even a part of my thing. It's like, dude, when I say let's just focus on Nick, this is exactly what I mean. Where it's like you don't have to move your piece forward. It's not like I'm gonna fucking do a whole speech on you. It's the fact that you're saying, "Will you guys love me if I?" And he's the who go live, listen to 10 seconds of this call and be like, "What the fuck is Zherka talking about? I was never afraid of my chat, and here's why." Dude, some things are better left unsaid. Sometimes, no matter how much of a fan you are of someone, you gotta admit that you can see the influencer is afraid of losing influence. You can just see that. And you're supposed to correct your guy by saying, hey, dude, you're still real if you go on a different microphone. You can leave your dark room, right? Here's some more word from the wise, right? Because I genuinely feel like I'm hundreds of years older than these guys. These guys are very childish. This idea of being afraid that you lose influence, dude, you could have millions of followers. You're going to live in fear for the rest of your life. You're going to be like Ludwig, who doesn't have a fucking opinion. He's like a sweet, nice boy who cannot say anything that he actually wants to say, which is that is this not a form of torment? You can't say what you want to say in front of 5 people. That's rough. In front of 5 million, that's horrific. Because you feel 5 million people analyzing you with your eyes. You're like, whoa, whoa, I can't even get a half truth. Yeah, the dog got shocked. That was a shock collar, Ludwig. So yeah, the absolute state of the right is just like everything I predicted. When I'm like, guys, just keep pushing Nick forward. I don't care how exhausting this gets. Just Nick forward, because these other dudes. I remember watching Gypsy Crusader and cuff him on one call, and I said, look at two absolute losers on one call. This is the right, and this is the, what do you call, the capitalist Jew class of Aiden. Like, legit, this is like a sad place in history. Like, I miss Richard Spencer. I miss the good old days, you know? And I'm saying all this because, there's got to be one of you guys who, they're not going to listen to me. There's got to be one of you guys that sting them in the right way, that these guys start acting more, less like Oprah, more like the Joker. How about that? That's what we want to see. And yeah, it's just, I feel like Nick's such a nice guy to the distant right. He just wants them to keep their trolls up and stuff and do their kind of like macaroni art of what right wing is. And I don't like that. I feel like Nick should go live and say, hey guys, okay, if you're going to be a part of anything on our side, you don't avoid millions of follower podcasts ever. Like, advance the position, because just a couple of years ago, you guys were censored to hell. And it's going to go back like that. You think after a couple of years of Trump, they're not going to be really aggressive towards you and the free speech game? You think Elon's going to protect you? No, you don't have. You have 7.5 billion people on Earth that can be bought out by the blue team, and they are. That's terrifying. That means you want your pieces to move forward. We could advance. I'm not like these channels who say, "Oh, we're winning." No, we're not. Okay, we got a couple years with Trump, and that's it. It's gonna get really nasty when they're back in power. So I got a huge issue with just the clips I'm seeing where it's like, another thing, what's up with acting like a gay guy? I love a good gay joke that lasts, like, you could drag it for 20 seconds. That's fucking hilarious, right? And look, I'm from a time where gays didn't, I'm this old. I'm from a time where gays weren't really a thing, right? I'm from a time where homies could hug each other without ever wondering if some guy has a erection. Okay, I'm not from this. I'm 31 years old. I remember a time where nobody was gay. I actually do. And nowadays, it's like we have to worry about the straightest people. So if we're worried about that, and by being unstable, right? Like, if you want to put your vices, then why don't you pick some of the other ones? Why that one, right? There's so many sexual vices you could pick. Why the man's, like, when you have other sexual vices, you can switch. You can literally switch loadouts. So switch to something else, right? Um, never understood how, in the modern sense, we see, like, we're nice to, the idea that there's no filth with that, bro. I'll tell some on the street that I'm talking to, I'm like, is there a chance for HIV/AIDS? And they say, yeah, it's like fucking 80% chance. And they always say the same thing back to me. They're like, John, you're a nice guy to me, but you're irritating me with these questions. What if I said that to you about straight people who do AIDS? Straight people who do AIDS are literally worse than, in my opinion. If a straight person even does it once, I stopped being friends with them. They don't know I've stopped being friends with them. I don't even know I've stopped being friends with them. I just stopped seeing them as much. And I don't remember why, but something in the back of my head told me they're filthy, disgusting, nasty human beings. I've had friends who got millions of offers from me that why Zherka never texts me again because you said something about putting your finger in a woman's ass. And that I come from a bloodline where this stuff is worse than killing someone. Like filth is disgusting. I come from a bloodline where you're not allowed to take a shit and wipe your ass with toilet paper. That's disgusting. You have to pressure wash your ass after wiping your ass with toilet paper. You have to shower. You have to do. You can never go use my bathroom and just take a shit. I'm from a bloodline where we eradicate disease. We don't like disease. I'm from a really, really germaphobe bloodline. I'm not talking about jumping in mud like some soldiers. I'm talking about asshole particles. None of that in any part of the household. I'm talking about being so fucking clean. I'm not talking about the oil on your face or what people talk. I'm a sweaty guy. I'm talking about I'm from a bloodline where this stuff is so degenerate. We don't talk about it. We just stay away from the people who have root chakra issues. Someone who has a root chakra issue is like some dude who uses the public toilet. A lot of people are like, well, what if you got to go and nature's calling? I don't want to hold it in and get cancer. No, hold it in and get cancer. The fuck are you using a public toilet spreading disease? And another thing, this is like brings back to the fact that humans are not even supposed to be digesting food all the time. You're not supposed to, I need to take a shit when I'm in public. That's not normal. You're not even supposed to be digesting food. You're supposed to be in a fasted state so you can never take a shit. So you can just go to a festival, have fun. This idea that you're supposed to be digesting food when you're out in the world is very new. And it comes with a lot of this Mexican city obesity, American obesity. It's not normal to be digesting food and not digesting hormones, bro. And I say that poetically, right? Your hormone levels are higher when you're in a fasted state. This idea that snacks exist or lunchtime or what if your stomach growls? What are you talking about? Since ancient times, we fasted. This is what we do. This is literally what you're put on earth to do to clean out the shit that's in your bloodstream. Yes, if you're eating, digesting food, the shit goes back into your bloodstream. It doesn't matter how athletic you are, it doesn't matter how much you bench press. You are not meant to be digesting food 3 times a day. Doesn't mean you could be the most shredded bodybuilder on earth. You will have shit back into your blood, which affects your thinking too. It's not none of this is normal when you think of a taco truck and having a burrito and having this and having that. This lunchtime life is not real. This is not a reality. Reality means clear thinking. Why are you so tired and sleepy when you eat lunch? Why are you fading from clear thinking? And how is that reality if you need a nap? It's not reality. You're in sleep. So some of you guys don't realize how disgusting your temples are. I'm not talking about no fitness advice. You could be a fat nigga who eats once a day, and I'll be like, you stress your digestive tract once a day. You're cool in my books. You're clean, right? You have better thought forms. You have better karma. You deal with stuff better, right? You could be a fat nigga. I don't give a fuck, right? You can't be an obese nigga. That your aura is really off there, right? I'm talking about literal aura. And this is not like a bodybuilding fitness thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about having a clean etheric stream that circulates your blood so the rhythm is correct. A lot of people are digesting food when they go out in public, go to the gym, go, what the? You don't even have that much testosterone in you compared to men in World War II. So why would you damage it by digesting food and cucking your testosterone even more? But most humans on earth walk around thinking that eating a meal increases their testosterone. That's not the case. You know, you have to understand your machine and everyone's machine is different, but for testosterone, it's exactly the same. That people might be at different levels of testosterone, but they all get cucked if they have alcohol or food or any digestion process, cuck their testosterone. That's like, no, since Egyptian times we've known this, and we look for vitality in our thoughts, not just in our libido, in our sex drive and all that, right? If you ever wonder how you're supposed to be living on Earth, you're not supposed to be spreading disease. Okay, you're not supposed to be using public toilets. Your body is a legit temple, and you accumulate a lot of weird shit when you live a very dirty lifestyle. You can go jump in mud. That's totally fine, but you're not supposed to hang around people's feces in a porta potty. I can't tell you how many girls I've abandoned because I saw them use the porta potty one time on a date with me. And there's way more attractive women who, when they go on a date, they've already peed. They don't even leave their house. They're, John, I'm late. Wait for me, John. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's the uptight bitch who she won't leave her house until she pisses. She's not going to use a fucking porta potty. These are the cleaner types of human beings that I want to engage with, right? I don't want to engage with a girl who says she's done in her past. And here's probably the black pill of the day. Most of them have done some finger stuff, some weird shit like that. And they're all ashamed about it too. And to me, it's like some of them talk about how clean their asshole is and stuff. And to me, that's even worse. That's even worse, dude. The fact that you've overcome the idea of dirtiness, that you think you can live in a world of ass play. Like that you have to live in that world. And a lot of you guys are going to want to debate women on this. Don't fucking mess with them. The disease is everywhere. That's a disease of the mind. Okay? That's a disease of the mind. To be attracted to. A lot of people are like, well, if I'm not into this, I'm going to be lonely. And good. I think you'll do better being lonely than HIV and AIDS and whatever the fuck you guys are waiting for in this lifetime or the next. When you start seeing this as like you want to go up the ladder, you're going to start avoiding certain people. And there's like these dirty types of people that are convinced, like when I want Crusader to move his pieces forward, it's for my agenda, not his. I don't give a fuck that he's hurt and he's crying at 50 years old. And it's for my agenda. Why? Because the other agenda is spreading rabies. Like, I need more team members to push our plays forward. Even if I get some bad karmas for it, I want in this incarnation, I know what I want to take up. I know which problems I want to have. And I don't want this whole when the streets are rainbow and they're going down with the gay parade. That sure, yeah, have your gay parade, right? But here's the truth. That whole parade that walked by your street, that's the fucking truth. So when I say I don't want the fucking rainbows on the street, I'm not trying to be cruel. I'm saying it's disgusting. Everyone knows it's disgusting deep down. A lot of people ask me like, well, don't you have don't you have like weird sexual fetishes too? What are you hiding in your closet? It's like, no, I don't. I think the furthest I've ever gone in my sexual adventures is like some rough play. Isn't that normal? I feel like a very 1950s. They try and what do they try and say to me? They try and say, "Oh, you're very vanilla, John, because you're not into ass play." And I say, "You're very chocolate because you're into diseased disgust." Like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? It's very strange when, and I blame the spirit of the times that we don't have institutions that teaches us that the man has to enter a masculine role in the sexual act, and she has to enter a feminine role, and this is how these powers activate in us. And we're in like this weird phase where people think sex is about keeping it going as long as you can, just fucking each other in and out, and it feels good. And it's like, no, that's not what sex is for at all. It's supposed to level up your consciousness, right? When you see a husband and a wife that are very fit, both of them having sex, they're trying to level up each other's affection and consciousness. It's like a job. It has nothing to do with in and out banging. A lot of this in and out great sex life, and no one talks about how a lot of women who have a great sex life, they say they stay in the marriage. Dude, look at the studies of women who have a great sex life that they're addicted to sex and they want other partners. It's not the great sex life, it's the higher levels of consciousness. When two people are bringing each other to a higher level of affection, calmness, state of being, so that they can gain more knowledge, higher level of consciousness, they really, really love each other. They love the idea that this is ritualistic, this is leveling up. This is why two people in love who are in love for a long time, 20, 30 years, they can't get their hands off each other. It's because they want to keep increasing their consciousness, even if it's like one pedal a day. And let's say they got to do 70 pedals in a year, or however it is, right? And those people never cheat on each other. What a shocker. Why don't they cheat on each other? It's not because of a good sex life, because we've seen a good sex life with these. You get into addiction of just lower nature, that it's not transforming, it's not going anywhere. When you look at two people in love, the sexual act for them is, even when they're walking around IKEA together, it's building, even though they're not talking about it, even though everything is normal, they're just talking about furniture. They're building their consciousness until they bust inside each other. And that sex is going to look like sometimes 3 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes, right? Depending on the charge. That's the normal life you want to have, where your consciousness is growing with someone else's, not dimming. So your partner's consciousness gets dark. She wants to cheat. She wants other partners. She's feeling lost. You don't want that in your life. A lot of the things I talk about are very, very long-term based. This is why I've always said, guys, instead of hoes, one girl. When I say the word girlfriend, what am I really saying? Who you have sex with in the spirit plane, that is your wife, even if it's a stranger. For that night, that is the damage you've done. That's why I've always maintained someone has a girlfriend, because we're in the spirit of the times that demands a lot of breakup. We're we're in dense into materialism, really rotten souls that are not learning any other way, and they're never going to learn, because it's not like God can just call them back, right? God would never touch your free will, ever, never. Like, you could be suffering for eternity. God will never, ever touch your free will. Never, ever. Not even, you won't even ever feel like God is an authoritarian for even 1 second in your life. You can torment yourself with your karmas for eternity. Bro, go nuts. Not eternity, but very long time, let's say, close to it. Right? Because there's a sleep period too, right? And so you can go buck wild in, passive suffering your whole life, and God will never intervene in your superpowers. He's not going to intervene in your karmas, because karma means creation. What you're co creating, He will never interrupt. God will never, no matter how many Protestant channels tell you He will, it's never once happened in history. anything that blocks human free will is never done by eternal love. Eternal love can never do that to you, right? Because that is kind of like you're now playing with the game of eternal authoritarianism. If an infinite being can lock you up for even 5 seconds, he can lock you up for eternity, right? It's a very terrifying thing for an eternal being to not have love and just show you the way, right? You have to get up and see the light and want the light, and then it connects with you 100%, 1000%, 1 million to the eternal, right? This is the soul's journey. And it's not for nothing, right? All that suffering does build a very unique superpower. So none of this is for nothing, right? Everyone who comes to my temple, they're like, well, is it just for? None of it is for nothing. Even the most small things in your life, when you're doing your life review backwards after death, you're going to be shocked at how meaningful even the small stuff was. That when you can see the total with your total level of consciousness, when you can see everything, the lights turn on in you, you see it all, you're going to be really shocked at the number one thing that every single human being on earth is going to experience is, why didn't I enjoy that more? Why didn't I enjoy that suffering more? Why didn't I? Oh, if I could just go back right now. And that's why a lot of people come back. They're like, damn, some people intuitively actually know. So they enjoy all phases of their life, the horror phase, the philosophy phase, the every phase. They just intuitively know they have to get through these. So why not just, go about it with the right energy? You have someone like Paul Miller, fucking Gypsy Crusader guys. He's a 50-year-old dude calling chill. It's, I mean, it's great that he gets that recognition. That's huge to people who feel alone. I'm not going to lie. I've always felt really alone. So having a following was really important to me. So much so that I chose it over my stable life with someone I really cared about. I chose the following because not only could I see us breaking up in the future and it wouldn't, it would have just slowed me down, stuff like that. But I knew that my incarnation is a lot more to do with my problems, my inward problems, than other people. Some people's incarnation is to help, let's say, their wife a lot. And then some people have a more inward issues that they have to work on, and they have to really not yell at their wife because they're working through their own thing. A lot of guys who come to me have more of that. But yeah, you see a really lonely incarnation. And lonely doesn't mean not having friends and none of that shit. Lonely means you can't communicate something that's important to you. And important, I mean like to the inner you, to your core. If you can't communicate that, you're going to feel really almost like a burning fire. Like, damn. Um, that's why the people rewarded the most. If you look at some of the strongest people on earth are the people who speak up for themselves. Even if I disagree with a black Hebrew Israelite, the fact that he's yelling on that microphone saying Jesus was black, I love that shit, right? That they're standing up for themselves. Like, I understand the soul's journey. I love when I don't care how much I disagree with someone. If you stand up for yourself, I love seeing that, right? Because that's like using the Christ impulse of freedom, real freedom, right? Remember, the Christ impulse, if you feel deep down that you're an atheist and you speak your mind, that is the Christ impulse, right? That you're speaking out of freedom. You're not like afraid of God or anything. You understand exactly your inheritance from God, which is kind of ironic because at the end of the journey, every soul has this blushing phase where they go, "Oh, I was wrong." Right? You got to remember, we're in a childish stage of development where we have to crawl to God. And if God picks us up, it ruins everything, like the whole point of us detaching from Him, right? So remember, everything that you're going through, you've co created, right? And when you're past all these karmas and you're leveling up and you're going through your transmigration, right, of the soul, when you're leveling this game up and up and up, and it's not like what Buddhists say, well, esoteric Buddhists, but I'm talking about like regular mainstream Buddhists who say, once you avoid all desires, you're good, everything balances out into like some kind of etheric white space of nothingness. It's nothing like that. It's actually when your karmas are balancing out, you're going up. Like the game gets way better. A lot of people think when karmas balance out that the game just ends. Like, no. There's a Jupiter Jerusalem period, right? There's a higher stages that you're gonna be shocked. You're gonna be like, why didn't I have more inward good deeds on earth like some of these guys around me? You're gonna see me again in a different way, and you're gonna see everyone you're linked to again, and you're gonna see their progression. On earth evolution, you see people's progression on beauty, skill set, and talents, right? And talents more than beauty, to be honest, because there's a lot of people. I got a lot of messages from people thinking that they cannot get scammed by a good-looking person. Are you? Most people who build up their good karmas to have genetics that are symmetrical use their genetics to scam people. That's how. That's the whole point of falling off the ladder again and again and again, right? Until you get tired, right? And you remember this, that when you're connected to God, it's not like your karmas are wiped from you, but it's like those balls and chains that you can't pull anymore. It's like Christ is the stairs, and now the ball and chain only has to move for a few seconds until it's on a higher level, a higher stair, right? And then you walk up the stairs. Now it's doable. You can take on your karmas. As for objective karma and all sin, Christ has done that for us. But the stuff we're working through, right? We're washing ourselves. That stuff we've got to do in His Spirit, but obviously, totally through free will, right? You're gonna realize that you're going to spend your whole life thinking, oh man, I don't like God, Zherka, because everything I want to do, he's against. And it's like, no, everything you want to do is an impulse from the dead. It's just dead, dead beings that are going through you. And they want you to do this. They give you impulses to do that. You get the thousands and thousands of impulses from the dead to do stupid shit. Then you'll have good images from angels in your mind's eye that you're going to work towards. But eventually, you're going to choose through your own freedom. What does it mean when you choose from your own freedom and not impulse? It means not trend, not sexual impulse, nothing lower. You just choose from inner consciousness and freedom. When you choose from freedom for yourself what you want to do, that is the Christ impulse. That's like you're free from disgusting lower habits. Like you're choosing because you want to choose what you actually want to do. That's why a lot of you guys want to jack. You guys feel like, why did I do that after you come? Well, it was your impulse to jack off, right? I'm not saying anything bad happened there. Okay, no theosophist will tell you anything bad happened. Only a will, right? You're actually going to be horny for another 1,000 years. You're going to reincarnate in 500 years from now again, and for the next 1,000 years, on this evolution, you're going to be, working through these evolutionary steps. Now, how many steps are there since the start of post-Atlantean epoch? I would say if every day is one step forward, even if you are going backwards, just because you're going through the suffering of time, it's still you're still gaining something from that, which is cool, right? It's like never doomed. That's kind of cool. But you got to remember that it's like, not only is it thousands and thousands of layers up, and I'm not saying you're going to do it thousands and thousands of times, I'm saying like you're going to have 500-year breaks and all that, right? And on that other side where time doesn't exist, it's very different. It's like a real, genuine break. Like you missed this place. But yeah, you're going to go through thousands and thousands as you're evolving into man. No human you see on earth is actually a man. That is a huge secret for some reason that is actually supposed to be taught. And nobody on this call talking is a man. There's different levels to man, but it's going to take a very long time till you see what a man actually is. This is why no one can, this is why everyone talks about the Plato's theory of forms, right? Like, this is what a man is. No, this is Jordan Peterson. You know, when Jordan Peterson says what a man is, that's pretty accurate in my opinion. That's better than, then Andrew Tate will say, fuck you to Peterson, this is what a man. Everyone has a different version of what a man is because everyone's co-creating their realities, right? And eventually, right, we're going to move up, kind of like, think of like water vapor. We're going to go back up to spirit with our new powers. And you are building, like, all of these animals you see in nature came out of you and me and all of the split levels of consciousness you see on earth, right? So when the horse nature came out of us, we developed linear thinking. That's why the apocalypse has 4 horsemen at the end, right? In the 3rd millennium for end times, year 3000 something, right? And that's like when we become experts at our thinking. That's a long, long time. You guys are going to choose different families to reincarnate into just to even out your skill sets or get new certain skills, and you're going to want to have sex with certain people to absorb certain levels of consciousness and skill sets, and or the highest level is affection, like loves affection. When you are living in love, now you're really going up fast. And a lot of people have messaged me thinking like, well, I looked into all this stuff, Swedenborg and Steiner and Zherka, they're right about everything. So now I just live in love. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. There's a lot of people who you'll meet who are spiritual types, who are smiling from ear to ear, who are telling you that they live in love, but it's just a mask. They don't actually live in love. Living in love is not like you're never going to switch it on like a fucking light. You're going to consciously work at it like you're building a black belt to be an affection to the world, right? It's a strong process, like it builds up like waves, right? If you ever meet someone who's just like, yeah, I'm enlightened, bro, that's not how it works, right? And they would never even tell you they are. That would damage them if ever someone ever came up to you and told you this is what's happening. Another thing, never think that anything that happens in this world of co-creations and all that, right? This world that you're tuning into every morning, in a different way. Never think that you're not a part of the evolution word. Your genitalia is going to evolve and connect upwards with your throat. It's going to be up to your throat. You're going to be, when you ejaculate, you want to create, you're not going to have a child with your penis. You're going to speak your creations from your throat. That's much, much later, right? So not only are we going to go backwards into our powers, but we're going to be in a different way. The best way to explain it is a spiral that keeps going up, but it's one floor higher every single time, right? Think of like a lily or like a flower or a rose, right? That remember when you see in the etheric world of nature that the plant life, when you see a plant life die, the plant is just going to sleep, and then a new one, and it wakes up, and that's the whole trick. Death doesn't exist in the plant world. They're just going to sleep, they wake back up. Death is a mystery for us, right? Remember, it's not about the mystery of God. There is no God mystery. Ask any human, they'll give you a lot of opinions on whatever they think. It's the mystery of man that's going to shock you the most, right? That means work on yourself. It's always an inward message from my temple. I always give this because we don't want to sound like Sneeko. We don't want to sound like right-wing. We don't want to sound like nobody on the internet except our higher selves, right? I don't mind if you guys sound like me when I'm 25. You guys sound like me when I was 25. A little rotten, very based. Then 28. But it progresses, right? And I'm not saying you're going to be like me at all. You're going to be very different. If you're working on your basketball skills on earth, that's going to translate to some spiritual skills up there that's very different, but in the same level of fun. You know what I mean? You want to be mastering things. The whole idea of modern Christianity that boop, 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 dinosaur, person, plant, animal, everything just created, you need to delete all that from your head. Okay? When you think of something in a fallen state, you're thinking of it picking itself back up from cellular to organism to ugly looking Atlantean with superpowers to this to now fingernails to constantly death, regeneration, death, resurrection, death, resurrection, death, resurrection, right? That's how it works. The darkest times, 1890. That was the end of the Kali Yuga. Then we had a bunch of world wars. You see how dim it got? The philosophers, everyone, God is dead. Nietzsche and everyone's freaking the fuck out. Now we're on an upward ascent. So you're going to see a lot of people like me for the next 50 years come out. Some are going to be online, some are going to be on radio, but they're going to have this impulse to bring the youth higher into higher worlds, into, hey guys, you want to come with us, right? There's going to be a lot of heroes. They don't know why they're heroes. They just know they have to do it, right? That's their dharma. You're going to see a lot of technological advancements, but for some reason they don't solve consciousness problems. So you're going to see highest level technological revolutions with AI and everything, but for some reason, when you look at someone at a bus stop, they're going to have that same face, that really dim, low level of consciousness. They want to jump off a bridge face, and you're going to inwardly be hurt by that. Like this can't get it together in his incarnation. You're going to be angry at him. Like anger is the forerunner of love. You're going to be like, damn, man, I just feel for these fucking people suffering, and I don't know why. I don't even like them. But you don't like them because they're a part of your tribe. They're reflecting your failures. You understand? And here's the thing we have to repeat with every podcast is we are very behind schedule as a people. And I mean like hundreds and hundreds of years, right? There's a plan that the masters have for us for Earth evolution. And, they love us. Everyone guiding us, they love us. All these beings from other worlds, beings from other planets. Don't say aliens, you fucking idiots. But yeah, there's a lot of help we're getting, and we're still failing miserably. Now, I love free speech. That's what I'm put on earth to push, right? Free thought is how you guys are going to go to the next level. But if you're inwardly ever becoming a gypsy crusader, look in the mirror and realize you're okay? Because remember, you could have a bunch of followers telling you keep going, but at the end of the day, it's at the expense of Gypsy Crusader's incarnation, which he should know when he's feeling. You should know when you're getting duped. Not that we blame the audience. They don't know. They're deeply unconscious, right? But the more conscious person, which is the live streamer usually of his army, he should know when he's getting duped, right? Now, fame is a cool thing to the lonely. So I don't knock him for loving it. I don't knock him for being sentimental about it, right? And a lot of people make fun of me because they're like, Zherka, you just ditch your fucking YouTube and your audience, and you're like the dad who just goes out and gets cigarettes and ditches them. You're like the worst person ever to these guys, right? You stay in your temple with your inner crowd, but you just ditch, ditch, ditch. And I'm like, no, I've been doing this for years. That's not ditching my group. I'm just intelligent enough to know that I'll be using technology up until, let's say, I live till 50 or whatever the fuck, 45. I know how much more I have with this, so I'm strategic, right? I don't want to sound like Sneeko every year. I don't want to, you know what I mean? I'm strategic with it. I come in waves and I go. Now, you have really clean karma and no duty to anyone. You know, you can enjoy a lot of that. But you got to really realize that the question of who am I, where am I going, is not something you want to ask once every 6 months. A lot of you guys are going to get girlfriends, wives, and that question will never get brought up again. Some of you guys will have that question torment you in front of her that you're going to want to throw a fucking beer in her face. So because not that she's being that annoying, but because inwardly you know something is really off. Something's wrong, Neo. That movie speaks volumes to you. The Matrix. And it's like, as much as I want to tell people slow down, because it is a slow process, is living life is it when I'm telling you right now, this is not a theory, this is not Alex Jones, it's a fact. You're gonna have many other lifetimes. It's a fact that you're gonna sit down like a shaman and realize this one day. And it's a fact, not some random Christian, esoteric Christian theory or some Buddhist, none of that. It's a fact. It's a fact that you're building up your character. That's why video games are so interesting to man, because he's becoming man himself. He's bit by bit. Now, why do you want to eat meat? Why do you have an impulse to want to eat meat? Well, because animals used to be all inside of you. Every desire you have, every impulse, it shows in the real world as an animal, right? That's why the eagle is freedom. It's not like it's free. No, it's freedom to everyone, to a child, to an adult, right? We're not talking about the theory of forms. It is freedom when you look at an ego. You look at a fucking snail, you can see every little desire in you explode into the universe because God allows you to co-create. You understand? Now, all these impulses, they're cool when they're transmuted. Now, this is why you want to put food back inside of you, because you know the animal kingdom is outside. You want to bring it from a lower level, the animal, to the higher, to the human. You want to digest it, right? It's like that Jewish teaching, which is actually accurate. And for a lot of you guys that are confused, Christianity comes from early Judaism, right? And this is not when they were selfish and weird. This is when they were selfless and initiates ready to bring on the Christ impulse, right? These guys were a lot different than modern Jews, extremely different. And so when you study not esoteric Judaism, just regular Judaism from the correct line, right? Not the stuff they made up later, not Zionism, not Shabbatai, whatever. I'm talking about original Judaism. You will notice immediately that reincarnation is involved in Judaism. It's going to shock you. A lot of Christians hate that because they love to say it's a Buddhist thing until they get on Wikipedia and start noticing too much. They start noticing that Plato is right. They start noticing that the Greeks and the Jews were right, but the Christians really spread it correct, which is the Europeans, right? It's their turn. When you start noticing this stuff, you're going to start noticing you're balding. You have fucked up nails. You have weird things on your body. You have grow hair in weird places. You are not complete. You have many incarnations to be complete, to actually transcend what you are. And it's not like the body goes anywhere. The body is going to spiritualize too. It's not just the mind and soul, it's the body too. That's why we take care of our temples. And I've gotten thousands of people messaging me, hey, Zherka, I've never once taken care of my body or my health until these lights turned on my head from listening to your podcast. And wow, how come it's so easy now to avoid certain foods and stuff? Because you are craving a spiritual message more than anything. One drop of spirituality makes all of the pop culture on earth. Did you know that? Even the stuff you think is satanic and stuff, it's everything you see that is popular on earth comes from a sliver of spirituality. There's no life in anything else. All the Dragon Ball, all the Power Rangers, and if you really focus on what Power Rangers is when you're watching with your nephew, and hopefully you are building a strong affection, you're a good uncle. Like a lot of people are. I was over the moon when I had the shoulder injury because I said, knowing me, I'm a good uncle, but only when I'm there. But now I have a good excuse to chill with him every single day and be best friends. So to my brother that I love so much, he's beautiful, the palest, whitest skin you'll ever see, the greenest eyes you'll ever see, the brownest hair, the best nose, the just ripped, 6 foot tall, shredded as fuck, natural, never sinned in his life. And if you ask, he's immediately corrected it. Like this guy looks like perfect in his incarnation and just a good dude. Like almost so good that you're like, I don't know if you feel like family because it feels like you're judging me if I'm fucking up. It feels like the government almost. It's like, how can I trust you if, but he's holding me to a higher standard. He holds everyone to a higher standard. Like the ultimate older brother. And just like has the best child ever, right? He has like the best son ever. And I'm not I'm not wondering I'm not wondering, oh fuck, I gotta start this, I gotta go YouTube, I'm thinking to myself like, look, I already study 8 hours a day. I do my fitness work, I do everything, I take on my intentional suffering, I even make time for women just to keep me human because I can get really cold. And it's so awesome to have all that pushed aside for a couple hours a day, every day. And for me and my twin brother, I take the lead. I'm now the cool uncle, right? I'm watching Power Rangers with my nephew, and I think there's 7 of them, and they're fighting evil. And I'm like, it's really everywhere. When you see how your incarnation has to go, it's everywhere. That much later in human history, you guys are going to be shocked that you're going to be called up to be Power Rangers. And I don't mean like you're gonna have outfit and I'm the Blue Ranger and it's morphin time. I don't mean that. I mean the archetypally you're watching what you're supposed to become. A lot of you guys see it with movies, and a lot of you guys have messaged me that, like my temple, I have guys who cry every time I speak because they start connecting dots, and I'm like, you guys are really starving for this, but yeah, you're gonna go to a movie theater and start noticing the heroes in the movies. These are molds you have to fit that you will be fighting evil in the future, right? It's not just the evil gunk that you're trying to clean off of your body. It's you're being prepped for something a lot bigger, a lot. These TV shows, these movies, they're all these forms of media are they have spirituality linked to them. We've been telling stories since the dawn of time, right? And there's a reason for it. Is these psychic processes have to strengthen in you that eventually you're not going to be at your spiritual progress until you're looking like Goku. Yeah. And maybe an Earth incarnation that's going to look different, but eventually it's going to be with flying around. It's going to be different for everyone. It's going to be the same level of magnitude for everyone, but in different colors, let's say. So George Lucas, his is going to look more like Star Wars. Me, I guess I incarnated in 94. Mine's looking like Dragon Ball. I'm not complaining at all about that. Archetypally, they really fit my psyche. The even the problems that I have. I know which archetypes that I'm supposed to be. I'm not trying to build a shadow with these types. I'm trying to let them work through me, these strings through me, right? And for some of you guys, it's going to be Halo, right? A lot of you guys who have lived a very lonely life are going to see an immense religious figure in the Master Chief, that he's in liminal spaces with a phantom woman, Cortana, that he can never touch because she's a hologram. But she's like his soul. She's like the anima. She's guiding him towards saving his world. Because remember, 8 billion people on Earth, there's going to be 8 billion different worlds. They're going to be interconnected, but you have to save your own world. And it's just going to get bigger and bigger as you're going up into the angel system. And then there's way higher systems than that. And then they become so different that you can't even mythologize it. Like after time spirits and archive, you're going to be really shocked. And all of this is going to be overwhelming in the right way to you when you're ready for it. Right now, you're just a snail that you don't have the senses to know that you're standing next to the Empire State Building. But that's one level of spirituality. That's just one level. There's thousands of levels. And then when we talk about spiritual worlds, there's three. But think of this, you're a snail next to the Empire State Building. You don't notice the building. You don't have the eyes to see it. You kind of feel it like the spiritual world, right? You feel a bit of the building with your whiskers or whatever the fuck they got, antenna. But you're only feeling like, let's say, a percentage of a plane. And there's 7 planes. Like it gets very different. Now, a lot of you guys are going to be really fucked up. Let's say, for my shamanistic quest, I had a different type of initiation where I'm put into the pretty much into the wilderness, into the jungle alone. And this is a PTSD experience, right? You take plant medicine, you go on a shamanistic experience, and you take a lot, and you have demons, but you've worked through a lot of problems as well, and you're esoterically, I guess it's blasphemy to say this, but intermediate. I'm really not. I think 3 to 7 years as beginner, according to all of human history, but I guess I'm comparing to everyone on Earth. Like people don't train their minds. They don't train in concentration. They don't train in meditation. They certainly don't know how to pray. I don't. I've talked to a lot of groypers, and the way they pray is very different from the way I pray. It's like there's a lot of there's no inner stillness to a lot of prayer. It's just kind of like they're putting their hands together and saying some words. And to me, it's like if there's no aura, there's no prayer is really meaningful. Like it's deep. It's like you just think of the word love and devotion and you're connected. And then there's regular prayer that is like you're asking for shit. um I know that a lot of people can get really weird with that stuff, but I've always maintained that in deep inner stillness I'll go 30, sometimes even an hour, because I'm a very aggressive person. I have to counterbalance a lot of that nature, right? And aggressive, I don't mean like how you guys are normally used to seeing me. I mean like inwardly aggressive too, where I just do not, some girl can love me to death and she pisses me off. She really pisses me off. Just the breathing next to me, just the breaking my concentration. Like it's like a serious, serious problem I have with you want to grow up and become a man who doesn't need women. And then when you don't need women, you kind of it's not that you don't need them, it's that you can't stand them. That's how rigid you became, which is not good because you have to spend the next 5 years counterbalancing that, and that's a sport. That is a literal sport. That is a part of affection. That's a part of your prayer life that you cannot be alone. You cannot, as much as a lot of you guys are going to want to just have sex with her and then say, hey, this part of the house, don't enter it. This is where I pray. This is where I do this. This is where I do rituals. This is my space. Um, no, you're gonna have to mix the bag, obviously, right? That's not how affection works. But yeah, there's a lot of guys who are gonna overcook themselves with masculinity, which is not good for prayer life. Like masculinity is great for everything except when you start getting in your own way, right? So, for example, hunters used to go into deep, deep prayers before they went on their hunts. Nowadays, we have hunters who, I'm going to do it myself. Fuck God. They say stuff like that. Pardon my French, right? They say, fuck all spirituality. Fuck all that. I'm an atheist. I'm a man. I'm a fucking red-blooded man who eats steak. And okay, you can be all that, but you cannot take the hunter aspect out of your life, the deep levels of concentration. I don't want to use the word concentration for uh, prayer life because it's an upward feeling. It's not, it's like your whole body and mind is going upwards, whereas meditation is a little different, a lot different. It's concentrated on nothingness, right? Now, we want a scattered mind, obviously, to be corrected by meditation, enter into that intuitive energy. Then we use that intuitive energy to kickstart our concentration, our intentional suffering package, whatever we're mastering. And we do that all day. That does not mean YouTube. Like a lot of you guys are like, why don't you go to millions of followers, Zherka? And it's like, because then I'll sound like 2021 Zherka, 2022 Zherka. Like you can get frozen in time in your level of consciousness. I don't want to insult people, but has anyone noticed a lot of the YouTubers, influencers, streamers you watch have not leveled up their consciousness, even though their faces got older? Jack Doherty is a good example. That is not fun. That inner frenzy of fear, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm scratching my hair off, and whatever Jack Doherty's doing, that maturity process, the Gurdjieff said a great thing that people can spend hundreds, if not thousands of years and never level up their consciousness. They can work through a bit of stuff here and there, but their consciousness would stay the same. It doesn't matter how technologically advanced society gets. That has nothing to do with consciousness at all, which is terrifying. Like, imagine having all the AI in the world, but not being able. Imagine having all the book knowledge in the world. You read so many books, but you don't remember any of them. You can't connect to any of them. There's no self-remembering process. You don't know anything. There's a lot of guys who people tag me and say, Zherka, this guy talks like you. This guy gets followers. This guy talks like you. This guy motivates me. This guy, everyone I've ever been linked to is like, dude, that guy's been sounding the same for 5 years. That's not how consciousness works. That's extremely dangerous, right? That is the best case scenario is you got a fucking Lamborghini money, but you're nervous for 70 years, right? All nervousness comes from the fact that you're lagging behind in consciousness. And consciousness is not the intelligence you're thinking about. It's very different. Think of lights turning on in your mind. Yeah, you want that to happen to you, right? Those shocks that happen, those PTSD moments. For me, I had a unique initiation where I'm left in the jungle, and it's the highest level of PTSD. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. But, I had a lot of dark things, and I was really postponing this for a long time. And obviously, in these shamanistic quests, it's always you're just talk to any guy. You don't need to go to Marcus Aubrey and these guys. You just need to look at any even documentary of someone going through a shamanistic experience, right? Which the strongest and best ones will be when your karmas are balanced. Okay? It's like doing ayahuasca, and dude, there's a lot of tribes that are raping your mind. They're Remember, there's some shamans on earth that are so wise, they're disconnected. So they can't help you, right? Just like how there's some teachers who are so intelligent, they can't help you. They don't have a feeling for what you're going through. So they're just cold intellectualism, right? And that one's a really disgusting experience too, right? But there are some plant medicine ceremonies that are extremely powerful. Like, let's not forget that any kind of spiritual quest involves you dying. So the mystery of death is the first thing that you're going to go through. And so when we talk about this stuff, you can watch anyone's face. They've got some PTSD after being initiated, especially if you're going through people who know what they're doing, who, people can go to some floors, but if someone's flying on top of all the floors, going all the way to the top, if it's like a long time process, because there's been tribes all around the world that have initiated people with plant medicine ceremonies by literally just giving it to them. And these are the most primitive tribes. Then there's really advanced tribes. And some of these guys even work their way into the cities. Not that they live an industrial life, but they're connected to the world, right? These high level, much higher level guys. And these people avoid you like the plague. They don't want to initiate nobody, right? Because they know how rotten people are. Now, for this experience, it's a lot of people who are keep messaging me over and over again about initiation science. It's not like regular someone's trying to kill you PTSD. This is a much deeper level of PTSD you're going to go through. Okay? If you don't believe me, right? If you think this is just like fairy tales and games and you think this is just like you and your boys going out and doing drugs and stuff like that, it's not distortions. This is serious. That's why anyone who you can watch any documentary series of guys who have been initiated by primitive, stupid tribes and retards and people who leave your auric field open for demonic attacks. That happens all the time. There's so many people who don't do the right stuff. And in ancient times, this was a science. Nowadays, it's kind of like there's a lot of happening. And I'm talking about by wise leaders that everyone talks about. It's like a lot of these have to be avoided. There's a lot of stupid people, even in this kind of world, right? This kind of world that doesn't talk about materialism. It talks about, progressing in this. And so a lot of you guys messaging me like, hey, can you, in your next call, can you go in deep on pretty much you dying in the wilderness all alone, which means becoming a man, coming back into the tribe. And it's not an experience where I come back and I'm shaking hands and I'm laughing. This is like completely dilated, white on the face, bone dry, terrified. 100 years on that realm feels like 100 years passed by aggressively, and I was prepared correct. But my initiation was alone. It's not like there's a lot of stupid motherfuckers who have those group initiations, which some of them are legit, but a lot of weird shit with that, right? There's some people who are convinced, bro, I talked to spirits who said they created me and they were so wise, these beings of light, and I met our our forefathers that created us. And it's like, dude, they tell everyone that. Are you fucking stupid? Do you know how big the spiritual world is? Think of the plant world. How many different types of plants are there? The spiritual world is way bigger than that. Think of how many types of fish there are. It's way bigger than that. Okay? So a lot of you guys who go with your dog shit auras, holes in your auras, weird kinks and all of that, horrible karmas, your bodies are unfit, inside and outside. Your blood has never etherized. You've never even understood meditation. If you've done meditation for months, it felt like you were just sitting there. You weren't sensitive to your central nervous system and what's happening. You weren't intuitive. And dude, I'm telling you guys, it's not for you guys. You guys messaging me about initiation science so much. It's not for you guys. Believe me, you have your mini problems first. And a lot of you guys are going to be hating me that I decelerate you that hard. Like, I wanted exactly what you want. I want exactly what I want to go through, and you're not going to stop me, John. And no, I'm not going to stop you. But I am going to tell you one thing. Before you go head first into the astral, which can either mean heaven or hell, it can go both ways. I'm not talking about the places, I'm talking about what you are working through, right? The first layer, stuff that's going to poke in. And yes, you're going to go through both, right? You can't just have a good experience, right? This is death, okay? You're going to get over your fear of death, or you're going to be broken into and hospitalized for life, right? That happens a lot, okay? People with serious problems, like I would say someone like Donald Trump, okay? Would you want Zherka to be left out in the fucking jungle on plant medicine on his shamanistic quest? Or do you want Donald Trump? Which one do you think is going to come from that like a warrior, and who is going to come back fucked up for life? Well, Donald Trump is taking on a lot of the world's karmas. So he would come back really fucked up. And he's not that inward, okay? He's more external. He's just out there, right? He's more wielding, willful, forceful will. There are some personality types that have to be prepped over years for an experience like that. Okay. And I'm not saying that to sun people. There's so many. If you ever want to turn yourself off from rushing into something stupid, there's so many people who have been initiated by certain tribes that some of them I might even say, yeah, I like those guys. You know, they look legit. Some of those guys I might even give a pass. Like, oh, they're not my guys, but they're cool. They seem like they know what they're doing. You know, they seem like they've rejected enough people, because that is the number one thing you want to look for, someone who rejects you. If anyone's taking you, those people are fucking evil, right? You want people who say, no, not you, not ready, not now. The people I know that know you know your kind of problems, Zherka, and not now, not now. And you've made tremendous progress. Okay. You can go now. Stuff like that. So when we're talking about initiation science, we're talking about pretty much can a retard be initiated and go back to square one? Yes, it happens. Oh, just go to fucking YouTube, right? Go to YouTube, look at any plant medicine ceremony. Before you get addicted to emailing me, hammering me at 10 million fold, go look at how many have, I would say, even worse lives after that, even though no one would say that. They'd say, no, that's the most meaningful experience of my life. I'd say, I don't disagree at all. I'm just saying that and you hate being those things. You know, a lot of people are convinced in spirituality you overcome being a fat and now you just walk around enlightened. No, spirituality means you want to change the fact that you're a fat, not because of some fucking earthly attachments, just so you structure your subtle energy body so it can be stronger for future incarnations, so you can get your wings and move the fuck on, right? That's why people don't have sex with their wives for 50 years, but they're loyal to her, because they want their wings. Everyone wants to structure their subtle energy body with loyalty and respect. That's why it's a very sad thing when my friend Mo scammed me, Zherka. How do I get back at him? And I say, you know, you should feel bad for him. You should really, really sympathize with him, because he stole your money, and he has to live inwardly with that. It's going to be expressed outwardly. It's going to show in his next world. It's going to do him so much harm that you should feel horrible for him. A lot of people want to fucking kill me because I said I do feel bad for Bibi Netanyahu. Okay, this is the world of reflections. I do feel bad for him, right? In a strange way, he has to go in a very accurate and real way. There's nothing more real than this. He has to live through 500,000 bombings of him being crushed and feeling all the pain those children felt. But instead of one time, he has to go through it through every single person he is ordered to collapse a building on top of. This is fucking terrifying when you compare it to now Netanyahu has to go through it. No, it's not like that at all. It's way more fair. But when you look at your own soul and what you have to go through, the fairness starts to look really long. And so your buddy Mo that scammed you, how did you not forgive him? And how did you ever think God created a world where you could get away with things forever? Yeah, you could get away with it for maybe even a lifetime, which is terrifying. You always want your karma immediately. You never want to wait till next life. Because then you're nervous waiting, you know you're waiting for something, and it's always somehow worse. And a lot of people are confused. They're like, so if I'm a bad person, my next life, I will be a better looking guy because I've worked on myself and I'll be more smart. But because I was a little evil, I won't have a leg. No, no, it's just a mirror. If you ever want to know what's coming to you, it's a mirror. So you throw a kid into a machine rack, let's say, and one of the machines in Metalworks cuts his leg off. Yeah, that's going to happen to you. You punch someone in the face. It's not that you'll get kicked in the face. You're gonna get punched, right? You scam someone from $200,000. It's not technically that you will lose $200,000, but you could go to prison for the exact amount of time it would cost for you to make that money with the job you had. But in a weird way, it feels like the exact same punishment. So Zherka, in the next 20 years, are we going to see all these crypto scammers that scam their audience go through heavy shit? Yes, I predicted this years ago too. You're going to see a lot of that, and it's sad. It's not something that's like, oh, he finally got what's coming to him, because if he gets jaded, if he gets bitter, especially in prison, a lot of them do, they come back and fuck it up for other people too. There is a law of accident and things that can happen that are not karma. There's a lot of things that could happen to you that are, it's your soul progression, but it's not karma. It's like I could run up and make some new karma by punching a child, right? There's a lot of stuff I can do. I can make new creations for myself. I can structure it differently in this kind of world of shadows, this halfway world. And the whole point is that when you're building these godlike powers, right? Because remember, as much as these stupid fucking modern Christians hate that kind of word, ye are children of the Most High, and don't think you're getting your own heaven and you're not going to be a god of that heaven, which is really kind of weird, because as much as we love everything in our minds, everything we're building up, heaven building for ourselves, as much as we love that, that's not the real heaven. There's higher devacons. There's way higher worlds, but obviously the first step is you got to get through your own stuff, your desires, your this. You're gonna get bored of the women, you're gonna get bored of this, you're gonna go through all the experiences that you think, I'm not going through those. Yeah, you are. You're gonna go through an experience where you're a boy king, or maybe a modern boy king like Aiden Ross, like a rich nigga experience. You're gonna go through all these, you're gonna get really bored of these incarnations, because you're gonna be like, how come I've only had moments in my life that were bliss, and I'm a king? Every moment should be bliss. Well, bliss is a drop of spirituality. That's what it's connected to. The word bliss. Okay? And bliss is like a radiant will. It's like you can do what you want to do without offsetting things in your mind and in your body, and you can just be your own knight, right? And this is why kings turned so rotten throughout centuries, because they hated the fact that in this world you take on suffering, even if you're a king. So a lot of you guys are like, no, no, kings never suffered. Kings get really bored. Okay, Aiden looks really mentally ill, bored actually, right? And you're gonna be in these weird places where you're like, okay, because I'm Aiden Ross, but I could tell she wasn't that attracted to me. So I'm just like some short. Yeah, that's why you want to work on your body, mind, and soul so you're attractive. You can't just be rich, nigga, because it feels hollow. You're going to be like, why isn't she wet? Like, I nutted, but she doesn't like me. And which is kind of based, let's be real. You're the only one to nut. But you're going to see more spiritual channels get everything wrong, but they're going to blow up huge. Why? Because people want this trajectory upwards, right? This is where we're at. Was it 1960s? There was a psychedelic revolution, which you ask me, my mentors, my higher ups, that's not always a good thing. It's beautiful that people are coming back to, playing guitar on a grassy knoll, right? And they're like love and peace and everything's great. That's beautiful, right? Like that's the first spiritual experience. But those guys also never went back to their jobs, their dharmas, their tasks, their karmas, right? Their duties. So remember, if spirituality becomes a all day thing for you, right, and you're not doing any intellectual work, that's Luciferic, right? That means you want to go into an ecstatic state and lock yourself in your own little world, and you can do that. That's what Luciferic beings do. A lot of Christians try and convince you that Luciferic beings are like at war and blah 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 and all that, and it's like, dude, they're literally immature, right? They don't, and they always come back around eventually. We're not going to see it for a while, but they're doing their own thing. And then you have cold beings that are, I want to say satanic, but we'll call them harmonic, and they drag you into cold materialism, intellectualism, and they just pretty much don't have fuck spirituality, fuck those hippies. We want suit and tie. We want to just be cold as fuck and away from anything warm like that. That's also not the path, right? And then there's these two that are, well, there's something in the middle of these two that it's the path of mocking spirit. So that's the darkest one. So that's not too cold, not too hot. That's literally the opposite of the Christ force that's in the middle. And that force is the mockery of multiple lives, and which is in regular Judaism, esoteric Christianity, medieval Christianity, if you really want to look into it, if you really want to debate it. Um, and it was smart that they didn't tell people like, hey, you have one life, live it correct. But now in this part of evolution, people are not doing what they came here to do, so they have to get the DLC update. And it's karmically linked to everyone who pushes this kind of content. Anyone who retweets me, anyone, you guys are karmically linked for some. Uh, I can't guarantee you, but it's good. If you know I'm telling the truth, it's good for you. If you're ever reposting stuff that you know is fake news, that's really bad for you. Okay? And I'm a troll. Like I like jokes. I don't mind having problems like that. But if you're ever convincing humans that they only have one life and that they're just made perfect even though they're fat and bald, that they're not progressing towards the beautiful, and first of all, they're going to hate the world because they're going to be like, how come some people are talented and some people are not? Anyone more talented than you, anyone better looking than you, anyone doing better than you in any way, they might not be spiritually progressed in all factors, but in some that you want, they got those. Okay? Yes, that means every single whore on Instagram that has a beautiful body. I'm not talking about these big, talk about like a lean, beautiful, something that you, when you look at her, she's almost like a work of art before. And I use such tragic language because it is a fall from grace, right? To have that level of inspiration and beauty and to trap souls in their sex addiction. And remember, you're not guilty for trapping them in their problem. They have their own sex addiction problem. But as soon as the hoe realizes, and they all sit in a room and realize how sad it is that someone's addicted to them, and they've had moments where they're very, and they understand how hard that lust is, right, to go through. A lot of these women come to consciousness, even if it's the first few weeks of their, some of them maybe a few months later, they get this guilt. And now they've come to consciousness with their sin, which is now the bad stuff. Now, this is the terrifying thing. So, someone like Sam Frank immediately understood, whoa, this is not good what I'm doing. And she went away from it after she made her money. Um, this is what humans do. They get really rotten and then transform the rotten into spirit. And it's their job, but it's also like you're taking on a lot of people's suffering. Here's how sensitive it is. If you don't know you're doing it, you are getting away with it, but you always have this guilt, so you always know. It's like you, a lot of times you're going to realize, whoa, I'm engaging in some dark activity. This is not good. Now, nothing bad happens. Okay, you've literally done nothing. I think the only bad thing is that you're not moving forward with your life, right? You're being lazy. That's it. Now, if you have sex with someone, nothing bad happened. You meant to turn that into love, but you're still in your lower nature. You're evolving. It's taking a long time. So it's in esoteric Christianity. It's not like the end of the world. It's not like how Christians make it out to be, right? But now, if you know you're sinning, you're conscious about it. You know that you're dating this girl because you have money and she don't like you, but you have to, and she doesn't want to do it, but she's doing it for clout and all these influencer positions that people are in. This is really bad. And remember, by bad, it's like we're not worried about God's fury. We're worried about, okay, God allowed us to co-create and, pretty much karma create whatever life we want for ourselves. And the only rule is you can't change the rules to the game, right? Like God isn't going to change his own laws. That wouldn't be in his nature. And doesn't want to be a part of your punishment either. You can punch yourself in the face for 10,000 years, but God will never punch you in the face. And that's the cosmic secret, that it's like there's a self-hate you'll have when you realize that you get, say you get cancer. Well, inwardly you did something really wrong in a past life, and you inwardly held it in your subtle energy body, and now it's physically manifesting after you've gotten away with that thing. That's why you get away with everything, as long as you eventually learn the lesson. And you can keep doing that evil thing. It's like, do whatever you want. Do I think it's skillful? No. Do I think humans don't have enough podcasts talking about conscience? Yeah, I don't think there's one podcast. I think, like, as much as I like Joe, there's something about Joe Rogan and his PE teacher vibe. Maybe I'm just being an asshole, but there's something about him saying, "Yeah, just be a good person, man. Just don't be a piece of shit." There's something really evil about giving that advice, because I feel like a lot of people don't hear that because it's so generic, boring. It's kind of like modern Christianity. It's generic, boring. It doesn't inspire. And remember, if you're not inspired, it's not real spirituality. Real spirituality is very inspiring. Don't think just because that fucking TikTok kid who talks about Christianity all day, don't think that him reciting scripture is a spiritual act. And here's the scary part is, this is going to sound fucking evil what I'm saying, but a lot of Christian channels are failing the ego inflation challenge, meaning they're getting off on saving people. They're doing it as a ego thing, and it has no inner kindness, no inner merit. There's, yeah, you can do good deeds that are still not good. You know, like if I was a bodhisattva master and I walked in, 50 years old, Zherka, the guy that he speaks, and you're like, oh shit, dude, this feels like different. This is not like a podcast. This is not like Khabib talking. This is like, this guy's actually explaining reality. Like, what the fuck? He's a bodhisattva master. Wow. Let's say I was that, right? And no one cut my head off. It's like everyone just fucked with me. And let's say I walk in, all of you guys, all of my students would run up to see who could help me. Oh, let me take your code, Zherka. Everyone wants to do me a favor, right? Because they're like, oh, this guy drops the truth. But the problem is, nobody in this classroom wanted to take my jacket off, my coat off of me inwardly to be nice. All of them did it because I have something they want. Do you understand? You can do a lot of good deeds in your life that are not good deeds unless it's inwardly comes from you. That's why I say, like, don't ever be. I remember being 21, I'd always give to the homeless when I was dead, broke, in debt, poor, but I just knew one day, credit card, credit, you know, I'll go up one day and I'll give so much fucking, like, $50 to $80 after my shift that was $50 to $80, right? And which is weird because I knew, I'm like, even if I do take that money home, I'm still in debt. Like, it's nothing changes, but something in me wanted to give. And every time I gave money to homeless, nothing happened. Like, I felt nothing. It was like a relief. Like, here you go, and I'd walk away from them, and it's like, you cannot help people, no matter how much you want to do it. You cannot help people by just throwing money and walking away from them. They have to be seen. You have to give them that spiritual power of attention, and that has to be something inward. You cannot do the whole, here's the $50 just and then keep walking and figure out a get rich quick plan. You're like, oh, I gotta stop being a bouncer. I gotta do something else. I gotta, you know, some guys will throw their money to a lot of homeless people because they're like, if I keep that money, I'll buy a bag of cocaine. It's better if this guy gets the money and I don't destroy my life. And that's still not a good deed, right? There's a lot of ways you can be a good person and nothing changes in your subtle energy body, right? Now, you're going to have other moments that really, really change your life where you cannot believe how good you're being, right? You're doing a good deed, you're helping someone out, and you can feel a shift in you, right? In physically, mentally, spiritually, every single which way, okay? And for some fucking reason, the next day, you're going to go back to falling asleep and being a piece of shit. No, if you feel that zoom, your subtle energy body taking on a different imprint, walk with that imprint, keep that imprint, guard that imprint. That's how you want to move in life. And this is not just stuff happening in your head. You're going to literally feel it on your body. Okay? There's going to be people you're going to walk by that are thirsty. There's going to be people that are hungry. There's going to be people who don't want anything except just some eye contact, just so they feel like them on heroin is not them in inward hell alone. And they're never going to trust you and all that. These homeless guys, they're never going to be, you know, they're seriously deep, deep asleep. But don't think just because you're helping them, you're not asleep as well. And this waking up process takes a very long time, but you can make tremendous progress. And it doesn't mean like you won't have problems every day or every few weeks or whatever you guys got. It just means the boulder you're carrying will not, it will stop talking to you like you can't do this. And it'll just be a fucking boulder you carry, right? That's what becoming a man is life is, don't get it mistaken, right? Life is an initiation process on a macro scale when we compare it to, let's say, a shamanistic quest, right? And remember, we're not looking for spirituality upwards anymore. It's changed since the mystery of Golgotha with the Christ. Now it's inward. And when I say every day, I mean you should be beating this into your head that no matter how dense materialism gets, you should be beating into your head that you have a spiritual life, a spiritual practice. And when I say spiritual life, I mean like, yeah, when you're drinking alcohol with your friends, I know you guys are young and you're going to do that. Why are you guys acting like you don't have spiritual thoughts when you're fucked up with your friends? Of course you do, right? They come and they make you feel guilty that you're kind of time wasting and all that. No, these have to be held, expressed. They usually come with, I love you, bro, when you're drunk with someone. And you could say it's fake, it's this, it's that, but deep down you want to be a loving affection, a stronger one, like a knight with the sword, right? The sword of discernment. And there's going to be a lot of people that, remember, don't think of humans as demons, but there's some demonic energy that's going to come to you. For example, there's going to be figures that you're going to see all over your black screen. They're going to be bald people with Bugattis telling you to have, and they're not telling you this when they're poor. They're not even allowed to speak when they're poor. They're telling you this when they're up from scamming people, right? They're from their sites and they got to deal with all that karma now. And you're going to be convinced to your bones that this guy's living correct. And for the next 50 years, it's going to look like that. But in the next incarnation, you're going to see what happens to that guy. And you're going to be like, what the fuck? Even though you'll drink from the draft of forgetfulness. And if you ever wonder, why do humans forget so much when they're falling asleep? They're like spirit walkers falling asleep. The forgetting helps the free will, actually. That you can't just be doing good deeds because you spiritually progress. There's the Essenes who did that. The first thing Christ said to them was, okay, you dedicated your life to helping the poor, and nothing's changed, right? All you did is level up your incarnation, and they're still poor. So Christ had a huge issue with that, that it's like, wait a minute, you guys are generating all these pure thought forms, and the matrix is still the same? This is really fucking vile, right? That's why it was an act of infinite humility for Christ to do that for us. As in, like, okay, you Essenes, you think you guys are being spiritual with how much progress you guys have made, and you're gonna meet so many people in life who spiritually progress so far up, and for some reason, they're pieces of shit at the top. Right? It's really a lot easier to be a piece of shit when you have powers. If you don't believe me, look at an Instagram baddie that's very beautiful. Look what she'll do for money. Now, she's really progressed into the beauty. Because remember, women express it more physically, men more with talents, right? So for men, it'll be like Steve Jobs, right? As fucked up of a person as he was, he really wanted to help people, and his karma blossomed, right? It eventually ripened, and the iPhone and all that. Again, I wouldn't say he's the most developed person because you still have a out of shape skinny nerd that lets his wife get. He's still unbalanced, even though he's done good for humanity. And you're going to see a lot of people extremely unbalanced. Like a lot of people with a lot of spiritual progression, they almost seem cold, like to their wife. They let their wife. This is unbalanced still, right? Unless it's working perfectly for them, which is very rare. That takes a different level of consciousness. Now, I'm the jealous type. And is that a bad thing? Yeah, that's totally normal where we're at. Okay. Why? Because you have to develop loyalty with a partner to the highest degree. And a lot of these cucks are shooting themselves in the foot last minute with how advanced they are, but their partner isn't. They're letting their partner get fucked, and the partner has all sorts of problems, but they're just not giving a fuck anymore. Right? Am I saying destiny is very evolved that way? 100%. Is he really not evolved in other ways? Yeah, he's really short. He's got short, basically his whole frame is not towards the etheric and above and the astral, right? He's not being pulled etherically up. So he's probably going to be resentful of spirituality. He's going to think he's going to hate Christianity, right? His forces are a little lower. Then you have someone like me who's really tall, or someone like LeBron James who's really tall. And even if we don't talk about spirituality, it seems like we're more inspired. Our thoughts go more towards idealism. We go that way, right? But does that mean Zherka doesn't have serious problems? Is Zherka unbalanced? Yeah. You'd have to figure out where he's unbalanced. And it wouldn't really do you any good figuring it out, because it's 9 times out of 10, it's going to be unbalanced from you. It's not like you can find two humans that are alike in many ways. Now, a lot of people were like, okay, tell me, Zherka, who's someone extremely unbalanced? Someone extremely unbalanced is Kanye West. But, you can still blossom your karmas, they can still ripen, you can still make tremendous progress. So a lot of guys who message me, they're like, well, I'm a black guy. Does that mean anything bad? And it's like, no, it doesn't mean nothing bad. Everyone's working on different powers, different packages, but it does seem like the whiter skin evolved way more towards being caring, and the blacker skin evolved way more into the physical powers. And if you have closer to the will, the physical powers, chances are you're going to have more trouble with impulses. So you're going to play good basketball, but you're also going to want to cheat on your wife because you're playing good basketball because of the etheric forces in your body. You're closer to the body. Whereas Steve Jobs, white guy, will be closer to the mind. Some people are closer to feeling. A lot of those guys get dominated too, right? Those kind of artists, Kurt Cobain, shit like that. So everyone's developing differently, which is going to look awesome when everyone's at the top together. You see the homeless guy, everyone at the end of evolution. When we're going to the end of it, you're going to start seeing some of the most beautiful shit, not just body, not just face, not just powers, not just setups. Remember, there's governments up there too, right? We have governments on this side, there's governments on that side. We have vehicles on this side, there's spirit vehicles on that side. You're going to find it funny, this world, when you walk around and you start noticing, oh, there's a spiritual counterpart to everything. Yes, everything. This is when you look at matter, you're looking at condensed spirit. Okay? And this is theosophical, this is spirit science, this is not mumbo jumbo, right? The crazy part about Earth incarnation is like this is the place where people do 1,000-pound bench press on their training. That's why I say it's beautiful you're taking on your struggles and karmas here, because this is not like other worlds where your power-ups come at a snail's pace. If you suffer on Earth for 10 years, there's a lot of fucking progress, dude. If you suffer on Earth for 70 years, right? And not all of it's going to feel like suffering. You're going to be distracted and concentrated and doing a lot of other things. But everything you develop, you could be good at basketball, it's going to translate on the other side for something. None of this time is going to be wasted, especially the most important part is your esoteric training. Bro, no meditation you do, no prayer you do, none of that goes to waste in any incarnation. You have no idea how important that stuff is. And when you're building the inner man, you're going to start realizing that you don't need books. You can intuitively know where to go in life. Okay? Now, in earlier times, instead of reading books and finding them, they would literally sniff air and meditate for new knowledge. Right? Nowadays is a little different from that. Nowadays, we build inner spirituality from that intuitive energy. We're looking for moral imagination, moral inspiration, moral intuition. These are things that come in stages, right? As you get older. And it's a very long process. If you ever feel like I've never heard a Christian speak like this, it's because they don't, you can tell when a human knows nothing about spirituality, they'll recite one verse and no one in the room will be inspired, right? They won't even be missed, okay? Some of the guys open their heart chakras and really try and say it with love, and it just comes off as some cringe because the centers are not aligned, right? If it just comes from the heart, it's usually lacking, right? We want to be wise when we're instructing people how to structure their subtle energy body. We want to be correct. We want to be accurate, like it's a precise surgical precision, right? We want to be precise, like it's a surgical blade carving out your energy body. And this is very important. Now, is Andrew Tate going to sink you into cold harmonic forces? Yes, 100%. Is Zherka going to counterbalance that and fix that? No. No one you listen to is going to counterbalance nothing. All the influence in your life has to be counterbalanced by your inner man, what you develop. Some people do it horseback riding, some people do it in many different ways. They all eventually come back in, it might take a couple incarnations, but they come back to meditation and prayer life. Every one of them, when they realize what they're doing. Okay? What you want to focus on Earth incarnation is never suffering again. A lot of times you guys are sad for no reason. That's illusion. You have to cut that out. There's times to be sad for sure, but you can embrace that. But this idea that you're suffering and you, like, a lot of people say, I'm suffering and I don't know why. And I say, that's not real suffering. That's an illusion. That's a dirty, dirty mind game you're playing with yourself. And your dad, mom, friends, nobody's going to tell you to stop that. There's no human on earth that's going to tell you to stop doing that. A man will never let go of his suffering. When a man chooses intentional suffering, that's not suffering. You ask if I told this some dude to work on his bench press until he's an expert, he's going to suffer, but he'll never say it's suffering, especially not a few months in. He'll say, I'm bench pressing. You get it? But if that guy stays in his room, doesn't listen to me, there's unintentional, weird, scattered forces of suffering. Now, is it going to feel like weightlifting in between your eyebrows all day when you're concentrating? Yes, it is. Or you can go become a baby and drink alcohol and let go of that concentration in between your eyes. There's plenty of people who you can look at how their eyes sit on their face. They go back into infant-like postures with their face, right? And remember, the deeper you go into sleep doesn't necessarily mean a horrible life. There's a lot of people who are asleep who are going through fun parts, right? But when you're asleep and entities are just working through you, kind of like germs on the body, sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not, and then a lot of times it's really tragic. And you start freaking out, saying, why am I not in control of my will? Well, you have to strengthen that, right? Your will is asleep. You're deeply mechanical. You're deeply automatic, right? And watching Aiden Ross is never going to benefit you. Now, if you work hard at getting out of this glue of life, does life become colorful? Do people come out of nowhere just greeting you? And yes, all of that stuff starts happening, and it's not going to be something you want to get lost in again. It's going to be more like, I like Sneeko, but I don't know about these people. I'm going to consciously keep, there's some friction with Sneeko I have when we argue. He raises my consciousness. He's good to be around, right? Again, I'm also very deeply linked with him through past lives. Same with Myron. And so these people are huge, glowing posts for me to be around. Now, a lot of you guys say, how come you're never around them? Well, I have problems. I should probably stay around them more, right? If you were in my shoes, you'd be around them all year long, right? Or I think Sonny is linked to Sneeko too. He like loves hovering around Sneeko. That's smart. If you know someone is your goalpost from other experiences, you shouldn't solo dolo that much, right? Remember, if you have like an irritability issue with people, if you have that stuff has to be transmuted, okay? There's a lot of people who are convinced I want Zherka's life, and it's like, no, you don't. You don't want that level of hard work and suffering every day with zero going live for years. You don't want that. You want to gain followers and be, you want that part of my life. You don't want the hard part. And it's like, dude, a lot of people are convinced that you see some dude who's got some women around him that this guy has got the best life ever. The girls are around the wiser face that crystallized from pain. That's what they're attracted to. Do you understand that? So if you don't have that crystallization in your face of pain, of crystallized pain, of experience, of trauma and PTSD, of chaos in the world, and just being totally loss after humiliation after just fucking dirt kicked in your face and there's no God. If you have not gone through any nigredo process in your alchemical transformations, you're still a boy. No shit, they don't want to fuck you. Why the fuck would anyone want to combine their angel spirit with you? Why would they? Why would two beautiful angels want to have sex with you when you haven't made any progress, right? It's like the Sundance Film Festival. Rather think of a Sundance. The closer to the sun, the more hippie and fun it gets. You can get lost there too. But the further away from the experience and the sunlight of the world, the darker, the uglier the people, the girls, all that, and I mean inwardly ugly too, right? I, there's a reason why I always talk about aesthetics physically is the more superficial I sound, the more I can get through to the youth. Right? If I tell the youth, don't do that, it'll make your soul ugly. Don't make your soul ugly. Don't do that. This is what they want to hear from someone like me. If I sit down and give it a really wise lecture, they will fall asleep. They won't get it at all. So you have to use your physical sheet. You have to use what you've crafted so far, right? What you've worked on so far, you have to use to speak that language to them, which sounds crazy. But Zherka, are you saying that, like, aren't we all supposed to not swear? And it's like, yeah, it damages thought forms when you're negative and swearing, but you're allowed to get angry, just don't fall out of character. Now remember this, if everyone on earth stops swearing, that's not a Christian world, that's a communist world. Okay? The individuality part is the most important part. Why? Because it's the prodigal journey that you have to get your powers learning the hard way. I don't know what this aversion to the hard way is for a lot of people. It's like I'll get a million messages from people saying, bro, you could have been the biggest entertainment channel if you just kept going. And it's like, yeah, but we'd just be laughing. You know? We'd all just be laughing. That's all that would happen. I would have more sex with women, and that's the only, yeah, the mansion would be bigger. Like, we would all be on the camera watching me with laughing, right? That's like me getting cheated completely out of the incarnation. No, I've worked hard. I've progressed way further than most people. I'm already a top 1% male. I've done everything I'm supposed to do for my ego, right? But I do want progress. And it's not like just for living a better incarnated life. No, I want progress so I go into a spiritual life. I want to go upwards. And not for myself. I want to come back down with the powers, right? That's the whole Power Rangers thing, the whole Superman thing, the whole something that a lot of you guys didn't understand. And I remember I'm like, oh, I should, I had a whole plan to do all these leaks a lot sooner, but I didn't. I'd give kind of hints on my Twitter. I'm like, I'm sure they'll catch on. And no one caught on that it's like, you guys have to go rewatch that new Superman movie. And, it's not like Zherka watches Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know this director at all, right? I don't watch the raccoon shit, right? So why would Zherka love the new Superman movie? It doesn't make sense because Zherka's intentional. He wants to lead his sheep a certain way, and he wants them to have muscular legs and fangs and strong, and they can bite and all that. So why would he promote this movie that's more liberal and more whatever? Well, number one, it's pro-Palestine, right? And that's not just to work on my karma. It's that I'm on the side of, you're on that side too if you sit in stillness and realize. A lot of you guys are just Zionists because you're acting on impulse. But if you sit down in the silent for long enough, you'll realize that most humans, if they sit still long enough, are going to be on the side of the children every single time. Okay? No matter how red pill Zionist you want to look on Twitter, okay? If the photos aren't doing it with you, you can just sit down and go back inward and realize. But the reason I promoted the Superman movie was not just because of that. And I'm gonna make a tweet about this. Remind me, guys. And your guys' reminders, I always post. If you ever see me post on Twitter, and you go, "Oh, this post is more linked to what he was saying here," that's because I just read the DMs, and some of you guys said, "Hey, go deeper in this," and I go immediately, "Yes," right? Because that's what you're supposed to do, right? You're not supposed to leave people curious so they destroy themselves. You're supposed to fulfill their curiosity, right? So then they spread your content, and you save way more, you wake more people up, right? And this is the best thing, because a lot of you guys who send me these messages and emails, and a lot of you guys listening right now who get emotional and tear up and say, you're changing something, me and Zherka, with these streams. A lot of you guys don't realize that I am going to see and feel what you're feeling right now in my backwards review experience. And it's going to be awesome power ups, right? So that's the kind of thing that you don't realize, that whatever you're going through, I'm going to see it through your lens. That's why I affected you. It's kind of like when two human beings are talking, whoever's listening, you zoom into the veins on his neck, and they're shooting the same electrical signals as the person talking. So if I was talking to Tyson right now, right, in a room together, Tyson's throat would literally be lighting up with the same electrical impulses as me saying, "What the fuck? This guy's a fucking blah, blah, blah." That's why Tyson gets hype. That's how connected humans actually are. And especially if they're affected emotionally, right? So don't ever think you're just in your room and you're going to be having an emotional moment with this Zherka channel that you're never going to meet him in person. Or no, I'm going to see exactly what you're going through. And that's how you want your karmas to transform on earth. You want to affect as many people positively as you can if you have a following. And if you ever don't know what to do or what political position to take, you can go inward, you can meditate, and you'll never be on impulse. Impulse means the dead choice, right? And remember, all impulses feel like freedom until you make a conscious choice. Then you realize all those 1,000 impulses were not actually free. They were impulses. So it's like the great illusion, right? Does that mean a lot of people are convinced God wants something for you and you're not letting him give it to you? And that's not how it works. God wants to give you what you want by allowing your mind to generate, right? Co-create, take on your karmas. And he's not allowing you to get away with a lot too, right? Some people get away with, I think Andrew Tate in this lifetime is going to get away with a lot of that scamming. But now check this out. He's made the system so every heartbeat you get what you want. And in the past, it was a lot faster. It wasn't like this slow process of seeds in our mind growing, right? But we've fallen away from spirit. So our thinking, feeling, willing are separated. They're not all in one godlike action. And so you're given this power that you don't know how to control anymore because you want to build something else with it. Intellectualism, right? Not just clairvoyant imagination. And these two have to fuse at the very end, right? But you're going to be shocked at how nothing was obstructing you. And what Zherka was saying about that Superman is, you're going to be shocked at how art, movies, and music is revealing the spiritual world. Even the dark stuff is revealing certain stuff. For example, that new Superman movie, nobody realizes why they should take that movie seriously and watch it alone, not with anyone close to them, is because the ending of that movie that you should never spoil by going to the ending. Even if you don't like the movie, just finish the fucking movie and you're going to hit that ending. The music plays and you're going to see, I guess, little spoilers here. You're going to see what the soul goes through as it's becoming Superman. You are gaining your power slowly of self-remembering, right? And the ending scene of Superman will show you exactly what death experience is like. And it's really shocking how the director of that movie got it so fucking correct. I think he copied the comics, but that's not what I'm going for. The fact that, I'll just spoil a little more. It's, Superman wants to know more about his family on Krypton and all that, right? In the spiritual world, right? And it ends with him taking on the love of what he's done as a human instead of what he got from his first inheritance, right? So he tells the robots, and I'll post the clip on Twitter, right? He tells the robots, spoilers by the way, but I'll come back in 20 seconds if you don't want this, but he tells the robot, show me my family and upbringing, right? How my life went from child to now, which in the backwards review is going to be you at 70 years old, 69, 68, and backwards like that, right? Deeply meaningful because you're going to know it makes way more sense backwards than forwards. Let's just say that. And the robots don't show what he originally always asked for is like, his Krypton family images. And they show his Earth images with his Earth parents and the Earth karmas he took on. And it's such a beautiful ending to a movie that is profoundly about the transmigration of the soul and reawakening its powers, but in a different way, in a very new way. And that's why Superman speaks so much to clairvoyant kids, which means very imaginative kids or sad adults who are not imaginative anymore. There's a lot of people listening right now who have not used their imagination in many years. These people have some of the saddest lives you could ever see. You could ever tune into, and which is sad because adults kind of they push Andrew Tate's and everyone pushes you towards cold intellectualism, so you get away from your imagination, and it's like a huge trap. But it's not an evil thing they're doing because they lost it too. So they kind of fucked themselves over too. And remember, if you don't have an imagination, I'll even say for something as lower nature as sex, you can't even enter a playful state with your wife, your girlfriend, whatever, during sex, which is very not fun. There's no play to it. That's why a lot of people drink alcohol to try and get more imaginative and, you know, fuck with their receptors and try and get into different kind of states of mind. But you want your imagination with your wife. You want it with your kids. You want it with your friends. You want it especially when you're concentrated, consciously working hard towards something. 100%. And I'm telling you right now, it's like you're gonna start seeing, you with your nephew watching Power Rangers, you're gonna start seeing the archetype that maybe you've always felt like the Blue Ranger or whatever. But you're gonna start seeing archetypally what heroes are, right? What the hero's journey, this shamanistic quest of death and rebirth and coming back to the tribe as a warrior. And it's not as glorious as a lot of people like to say it is, because remember, this level of glory comes with such a high level of PTSD that it balances out. Like you'll come back to your tribe and they're going to be like, how awesome was it? And as much as you want to say it's like the most incredible thing you've ever went through, the most terrifying and the most everything, dude, good and bad, all of it, right? Just above the problem of good and evil. You won't be able to talk. You won't be able to say it. And you wouldn't be able to glamorize it because you know that the youth have to go through that and you feel bad for them. That it gets that fucking terrifying, right? Would you want to delete that experience? Never, because your face changes forever. Your powers come in, you start self remembering, you start going towards your tasks ferociously. But it's also like, my number one question about initiation science is like, it's not a roller coaster. Let's just say that. It's, you know, you can study people's faces. Anyone who's even been initiated by, that happens all the time. Like lower levels of consciousness initiate lower levels, higher levels with higher levels, and so on and so on. And if you're ever wondering, like, well, it can't be that different for everyone, it's like some people snap their minds forever. Some people are, they play tennis their whole life. Their whole world is tennis. They don't know anything about this. Some people play football. Their whole world is football. Some people sing. Some people do movies. But everyone has the problem of death, that you will die one day, and you are being initiated over a 72-year period. You don't want to waste 72 years without building courage. Where can you transmute and build courage the best? With your daily tasks, the little stuff. This little stuff is the most important part. Because when we're talking about the big stuff, let's just say a lot of you guys are too young for that, right? But Zherka, in ancient times, they get initiated at I've heard some tribes at 18, some tribes at this. Yeah, we're in the age of self-initiation, which means by a lot of mistake. And I'm not sure, really, what the benefit there is. Like, I understand fucking up, but I really don't get how some people are prematurely initiated into schizophrenia. The spirit world just breaks into them aggressively, not slowly, not something they can manage, but something aggressive happens to them and ruins their whole life. And that's karmically terrifying, right? Not if you're an experienced in esoteric training, meditation, throughout the day, concentration, mindfulness, and a deep prayer life. Those people, I think, can swerve a lot of, transform karmas. I don't know about swerve. Yeah. And when you look around the world, there's a lot of suffering. There's a lot of people who are, if they're spiritual, it's snapping them into schizophrenia. If they're not spiritual, they cannot stop drinking alcohol because they're not doing what they came here to do. And if they're my guys have a huge ego inflation problem where they don't want to talk to anyone. My inner crowd does not want to talk to all newcomers that come. Nose up, treat them like shit, give them zero information, zero guidance. Don't even tell them where Zherka talked about this. They have a question. Zherka, can you talk about this part of initiation science? Instead of them linking on my website where I talk about it for 3 hours, there's this whole ego inflation of, oh, fucking new guy. It's like, dude, that's really dark, man. Imagine when you found this information, didn't you feel like you're starving? Were you not ignoring your girlfriend or your friends, or you're ignoring everyone for the information? And it's like the information has to fuse with being. It has to come inwardly too. You're trying to have like the perfect few weeks of downloading information that you need, and you go to these guys, and these guys are fucking nose high. Now I've been with Zherka for years, so I just don't help anyone. What the fuck is wrong with you guys, right? The fact that you guys don't have clips channels and like, here's where he said this and here's where, because if you really think I'm the kind of guy that will make a whole stream to answer one little question, you're out of your fucking mind. I don't repeat myself. This feels hard doing this broadcast, even though I owe you guys this one to go into it deeper. But it does feel like I'm kind of repeating myself too, because it's the same messaging. It's your guys' duty that if Nick says something correct, you spread that information. If you think Nick is karmically doing an injustice, you don't spread it. If you see Zherka giving deep information here that is really important, but you know Zherka's going to move on and forget about it, right? You packet that and you push it on forward. Okay, this is how inspiration works, right? People have to remain inspired. If this is something you have a mastery over, is collecting information, keeping it for yourself, you're going to have a lot of bad things happen to you. I don't know when. I never claim to know when, but it will happen. You cannot just keep information for yourself. If you don't like my work and you like Dr. Robert Gilbert's work better, I recommend you spread his shit over mine, right? It's just a lot of the youth doesn't like how he'll talk slow and he's more calm and he's not calling anyone a know your audience, like which clips do you want to send? If you want to send a 50-year-old man something, Dr. Robert Gilbert. If some kid's drunk at the club and hating his life, is a different thing, right? You send him some of my clips, shit like that, right? You want to have a community. By the end of, let's say you're an old man, gray hair, you want the world to be into the stuff you're into, believe it or not, right? If you deepen the esoteric Christianity, you'll have a bigger pool of information. You don't want just Zherka being the only channel talking about this stuff. That's not what you want. You think you want that because other people talk weird, but then you're going to realize you're missing out on the information. Zerga's not going to cover every topic, right? Now, if you have 100 people inspired by me and they're doing all the same kind of content, you're going to learn so much faster because we might debate each other on it. And then you're going to be like, oh, look at this. This mystical Christian practice is outdated. The Rosicrucian initiation science is closer to the truth because it's way more modern, way more developed than mystical Christianity, right? You're going to see levels to this shit. You're going to see the truth evolving. Not that it's not the same truth, but it's like a painting, right? And we have to just understand it deeper and deeper. But yeah, you got the whole world who loves Fortnite. If you can get thousands and thousands of people to get into what we talk about, you'll get more of this kind of content for yourself. More clips. That means you'll be more conscious throughout the day. That means you're not going to keep fucking up. Because remember, you'll love my clips until a Fortnite clip distracts you. You enter a trance state and now you're automatic and unconscious for a long while. Right? Happens to me too, right? Sometimes you'll turn the TV on and be like, whoa, that was 2 hours. That was crazy, right? It's just, I'm years ahead of schedule on my training, years. And I'm talking about just the literature. If we're just looking at not the inner work, just the literature. So I never feel guilty if I take breaks here and there, but I can see myself entering trance states for sure when I turn on TV. And, you don't want to be in a trance state when you're eating your food. You don't want it. You want to turn everything off, bless the food, pray, eat at a slower pace, keep slowing down the pace until you are a master of the food. And then when you're done, you can go back to your electronics, whatever the fuck you were doing, but you're going to start spiritualizing your meals. You're going to start spiritualizing your prayer life, your meditation, everything's going to feel deeper. And this is the first scary part of shifting into this kind of lifestyle is, you're going to realize, this is how you live till you're 70 years old. This is real adulthood. But there's also a Luciferic component to it, too. A lot of you guys are going to disconnect from the world because you're going to see the world as very asleep. That's a big no-no. And when you disconnect from the world, you're getting too floaty, and this is how you can really go backwards in your training, right? A lot of you guys are going to be perfectly morally upright citizens, but for some reason you're afraid and in your room. If you don't get out there and get courageous, you've wasted your time on earth. So I'd love to say nice guys just level up, but seems like they're building dark shadows, and then they have more problems than a lot of people. As soon as you tell someone this, they actually start going out, getting the fresh air, and fixing what's wrong with their temple. For everyone it's different, right? A lot of guys, we like to break into their ego consciousness with 4-hour runs every day, jogs. I don't give a fuck. It cannot be a walk, right? A walk is more like you're entering the state of mind of what you're trying to go to, but the run is you're breaking this trance state of being a loser, right? It's like a military style. Remember, you can make more progress with that in 7 days than you can with meditation, even though meditation takes you to further transcendental places. If you need the quick fix, let's work on the temple. Let's get you extremely fit, meaning oxidative pathway. It has to be cardio based because there's a lot of gunk you have to just delete from your body. A lot of you guys do weight training. For some reason, it's just not as strong as developing the mind. I can't explain that to you. Like, if I get a kid to do 4-hour runs every day, right? And there's audiobooks with that, they have a lot easier time entering meditation states after. If I get someone to lift weights, their body looks good, but their mind is not developing as fast as the runners. And I think that's why military does the cardio, really. It's for the mindset, right? Again, you want to build the muscle in your body, but at the end of the day, it's the will. That's what you want to strengthen. It's not really how you're going to look in the mirror. It's more like how you're going to cut through this world, right? Like that if I told you you got hundreds of lifetimes more, let's say, and I think, what was it? Yeah. If I told you that, would you sink into your bed or would you face it on head on, just do it perfect, like a perfect speed run? You got to really ask yourself which camp you fall into. Okay, we're going to ask some questions here and then we'll wrap it up. But yeah, that's all the notes you guys wanted me to go through. So appreciate if you guys leave me alone for a bit. I think I gave you more than enough with yesterday's stream too. Okay, go text. Go ahead.
How's it going, Zherka?
Great. What's up?
So I was just curious, like, how could you tell if a certain person that you meet you knew in a past life? Like, what's the number one way to be like, okay, this guy or this like person in general, I know them from a past life. Like, what's that energy kind of like?
Immediate laughs, bond, and it's always work related. And it doesn't have to be like the work you do for money, but something you're working on that they're connected to, right? So for me, it's millions and millions and millions of views sitting next to Destiny said, Myron's going to hate Zherka. And in all universes, that's true. Like Myron and I aren't two people that should ever get along. We're not that alike at all. Like, think about my podcast, think about right now, this podcast I did versus what he talks about. We're not that alike if you think about it, but we have genuine affection for each other because we're family in a past life. And this is something that's so obvious when someone's Saturn is revolving around their head around 28, 29, 30 years old. There's going to be some people that pop into your life and you're going to be really bonded to them quick. And it's going to show. Like, there's going to be millions of comments saying these guys really get along, right? For a streamer, I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of just had that. Like when I went to Miami, I met like a whole bunch of kids, kind of like my
No,
age, like
no,
they're
you
also doing
didn't.
it.
You're literally 18. How the did you have that happen to you?
Zherka, I'm a 33, bro. I'm an old soul. I've incarnated a whole
That
bunch.
numerology is, bro. That's all that is stupid. Numerology is great for building a community, laughs, understanding what people want to talk about. I don't knock that at all. But the idea that you think Saturn can revolve around your head in your 18th year, you're
Okay, so you don't think it's possible that like I met anybody yet in my life that like I knew in a past life?
And it's definitely possible, but I would rather bet on a 28-year-old Tyson. Be like, oh, he's hanging out with this guy. That's who he's known. And it's usually family members. Like if you ever look at Myron, Fresh, Sneeko around me.
Yo, my thing cut out. I can't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
uh,
Fuck.
yeah, we're done with this guy. We're done with you, bro.
Fuck.
Okay. Tyson is just, he's got to work on his. Okay, let's get some questions. And uh yeah, IV, bro, you're a numerology. You're never getting on again. You should have told me that. A lot of you guys think that I'm just like some nice guy that puts you guys on. Bro, let me know if you're a numerology, okay? No, never again. You guys are misleading people, throwing them. I love to talk about being born in the year of the dog. That's fun. That's great. But the idea that you guys are literally betting money on this is hilarious, right? I have used numerology to bet, and I have won, and I loved indulging in the fact that numerology brought me this money. But guess what? I never gambled again, right? Because I'm not like, come on, bro. A lot of you, right? I do love talking about astrology too with women on a stream. Doesn't mean I'm sitting someone down and planning their life around. Now, is it real? Yeah, it is, right? You can see which karmas you have that ripen, but what would that change? You know, either way, you're going to face that anyway. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's stuff I'd leave to like Dr. Robert Gilbert. I don't want that around my community. Like, I want wolves. I don't want numerology, math. You know, like you guys are weirdos talking about I'm a four, so I can't get women. What the is wrong with you, dude? Right? If you want to use numerology right, say I'm a four because I get women. Why don't you flip it on its head? Gary, man. Yeah, go ahead. E-trading.
Hey,
Bro,
what's up, Zherka?
I don't know
So,
about you traders, bro. Aren't you guys all scammers?
dude, that's besides the point. I wanted to
You-
ask you a question.
You're not even answering it. Are you a scammer or not?
No, bro, I'm from Bosnia,
Oh,
so
okay.
you know. So you were talking about, your initiation in the jungle with shamans, some type of tribe. Is that with like a mystery school, or is that with an actual like tribe in like Brazil or some shit?
No, Mystery School. This is an organization of Westerners, not the Incas, bro. The Westerners.
Yeah, yeah.
Westerners meaning from America.
So the Rosicrucians.
No, because Rosicrucians is an organization of old people. This is not a real thing. There's no. It's like when you guys message me about Freemason institutions. These are just some old guys playing chess. They're There are literal experts you can find. You can just use your phone, literally find experts who know what they're doing, and they're not going to take you in quickly. Okay? These people will never call themselves Rosicrucians. They'll never call themselves a title or anything. These people will call themselves, how do you say, they'll call themselves, I'll word it like this. Dr. Robert Gilbert, rest in peace, is a man who's from a military background who talks about the supersensible world. The esoteric trained by the greatest living master, Dr. Ibrahim Karim, right? These guys are so, rest in peace to Dr. Robert Gilbert, but these guys are so advanced that they'll know you're full of shit if you ever come to them with a title. For example, many of their students don't understand any of Rudolf Steiner's work. If you don't understand, if you don't have a mastery of this work, chances are you're going to get initiated and still be a lost. Yes, it happens. In ancient times, when you get initiated through plant medicine ceremonies, you legit, they know exactly what to do to get you to where what you're supposed to see and everything, right? In today's day and age, you're going there with the worst fucking problems. Just, I know guys who eat junk food, fly to the jungle, and they go on these retreats. Have you seen these? Which these ayahuasca, which is legit the most known for harmonic attacks and satanic attacks. It's literally the most known is that vine. Not saying the vine directly, but I'm saying the people who go there are retarded with serious problems. And a lot of them will talk about like dark spirits just entered, right? I think for a lot of you guys who don't believe in this stuff, there's a documentary on a group, one of them who was, I guess, a lot more clean in his earth incarnation. He's seeing a glowing spiritual being, like a Buddha, kind of like a glowing being, right? And the shaman is seeing the same being by the door, and he mentions it. That the other dude who realizes, whoa, this shaman is seeing what I'm seeing when I'm tripping hard. Like I'm literally and got my mind knocked out into the cosmic. When he realized that the shaman is seeing that, he starts freaking out and into the floodgates open of satanic spirits, harmonic spirits that enter and start raping everyone. And when you get raped in one of these kind of ceremonies, which I'm really against the ayahuasca ceremony and the Aubrey Marcus and everyone around that, right? Which Dr. Robert Gilbert was not a part of these guys. It's just kind of like a podcast crossover, right? Just didn't want to sound the truth. But bro, these guys have major, major problems. That's why, what did Aubrey Marcus say on his last cast? He said, a spirit told me that I have to get you pregnant. He's talking to his girlfriend and his other girl because he's in a polygamous situation. So, which I don't doubt it. You know, a lot of spirits do fuck with you. They'll tell you to, her and fuck the other girl, and he's so into that. And you can see when Dr. Robert Gilbert talks to Aubrey Marcus, you could see how someone who is, I can't name anyone more experienced with plant medicine than Aubrey Marcus, really, on YouTube from Joe Rogan's friends. I think he's the most experienced that, he was doing this stuff when no one even knew what the fuck it was. And you can see how, like, I'm not trying to be rude, but he's nowhere close to Dr. Robert Gilbert's level of knowing. And the only difference there is that Dr. Robert Gilbert is fluent in many things, but especially Steiner. And like he had a for it. So he's fluent in Steiner. Aubrey Marcus, when you watch this podcast, you're going to be shocked. You're going to be like, whoa, what the fuck? He has all of this EXP within the supersensible world, but he can't actually do anything with that experience. This is a horrible place to be. If you have a lot of experience with something spiritual, but you cannot do something, right? And a lot of people can do a lot of things. They're very intelligent, but they don't know what to do. So you have to know and do at the same time. And this is the scary part about anyone being initiated by whichever way you go with this, is that never for 1 second pretend like your problems are fixed. You're not even close. Now, if you do my way, where I give you guys, let's say, 7 years of studies, right? 7 years of theosophy. Oh my God, can you never, ever actually be fractured? You'll know exactly the experience you're going through. You'll know exactly when you're too floaty. You'll know exactly, for some people who don't know when they're too floaty in the super sensible, they break into schizophrenia immediately. It rushes in. This is why I'm saying it's like, for thousands of years, you would prep with serious knowledge, right? Back then, they had way stronger memory bodies, so it wouldn't be as long as today. Nowadays, people get initiated like 55, 65. But if I had a young kid come up to me and say he's been meditating and in a deep prayer life since 20, let's say 18 to whatever, he would never have to actually be initiated. That's how much progress he'd make. The only blurry part is that 18 to 30 years old, what do we call that? The party years? Yeah, I guess we'll call it the party years. That stuff really people over, because if you noticed, a lot of people don't counterbalance their partying with anything mature. You're you're if you do that. It's like if you go fully mature and you don't counterbalance it with a bit of play, you start to really miss out. But yeah, the only issue is that people enter the bars and they never leave these bars. But really, it's like if I could go back in time with the knowledge I have now, I would sit down and meditate 18 years old, 19 years old, 20 years old. And, it would just be so much more ahead of where I'm at right now. Now, am I promoting initiation science? No, I actually am answering a question. I'm never promoting. Everyone's on their own journey. They can do whatever the they want. I don't play with people's free will. But I am telling people that there's one thing that I will always promote is that you don't have to give up just because religion looks like some. You can go into deeper literature like Steiner and realize it's real. And you can have an awakening process that's totally natural and it takes time. That's the only thing I want to push people towards is that don't give up on Christ just because some Christian told you there's a talking snake. It's way deeper than the talking snake, and everything can be explained. Like a Catholic will say everything can be explained, and then they'll tell you it's the talking snake. And then you look at Christian mystics and they'll say, well, that snake is connected to your spine. And they'll go way deeper for anyone who's really lost and in darkness. You don't have to give up on Christ. You can find out. I don't promote the Christ as a Christian. I don't give a fuck about Christianity. I promote the Christ because it's the truth. It's actually the truth. A lot of you guys are going to be doing great in your work life. You're going to be too intelligent to be fed the story of a talking snake. You're going to be like, yeah, this is where I get off the train. This is stupid. And you're going to destroy your whole life wondering about that. Like, what the hell? There's nothing else up there. When it's like, no, there's nothing here. Everything else is up there. This is like a condensed version. Like, everything comes from the supersensible world. So, yeah, I get this question about initiation science, and I don't like to promote it. I don't want someone coming back to me saying that they're fractured forever because of me. I just talk about my experience, what I went through, and how much research I did before um, before actually, let's say, dedicate my life to a self-remembering process. A lot of people dedicate their lives to their careers. That's fine. You can do great on your karmas just working on your career and forgetting everything I said. But if you're in darkness, then it is my duty to tell you, hey, dude, Destiny's wrong. The Christ is real. You don't have to play video games with these atheists, and you gotta go, bro. You gotta go. What's up with this microphone? Everyone poor here. It's one thing I don't like about Twitter is that I think people are going on their phones or something. It's just pissing me off. Okay, let's go. Yeah, guys, message me who you guys want to see. And Zach, do you have a question? Right, Zach, can you tell?
Yes.
Can you tell that I'm not when I go away for a couple years from the internet? Can you tell that I'm not promoting anything? I'm literally giving my experience in case you're in a shadow state like me. Can you tell that I'm answering a question, or does it sound like I'm pushing some kind of online church,
Mm,
thezerkaofficial.com? Like, it's like, what is it with these guys?
I don't know what it is, but I 100% feel and understand your humanity in the sense of you like you're experiencing life, and you have life, and a lot of these people online, like they'll get burnt out, but they're still trying to suck money out of people, like you've said before, like you never see like you always have Gary trying to get money out of people no matter what. like like no matter what, but no, I feel you, because I mean, on a macro scale, and the things that have gone on in my life, I felt like I was on top of the world and like peak at one point, and I totally lost myself, and I disappeared from everybody in my life for the past 3 years, and I'm just now making out of it, and like the stuff you're saying is speaking to me.
All right, how old are you?
I just turned 26.
You were up, and now you what? You lost everything?
Yeah, I had my own contracting business as a carpenter, and was doing really well, making over 100K a year. I had a wife. We had a little baby. I lost everything. Couldn't get any work, and I was on my spiritual. And as all this bad stuff started happening, I started like losing faith in myself,
Yeah,
and saying negative things about the I am. Like,
yeah.
I am unworthy, or I am bad, and like my wife threatened to leave me, and I had a bunch of like problems and stuff like that.
Now, would it shock you if I'm not saying this is 100%, but high chance that when you go through these kind of dark karmic lessons in life, this is like the most shocking thing to absorb, but a lot of times it's what you did in your last life at this exact age that is mirrored back to you.
Mm,
And I get people who message me, "Hey, my girl cheated on me, Zherka, and I've always been a good person." And it's like, really? Have you always been a good person, or did she just get back on you karmically in this lifetime and not something you did last one? And this is how the threads of karma work. When you first absorb this, you're gonna want to punch the mirror. You're gonna be terrified that this is the truth. And I push this because I want you guys to navigate like professionals. And a lot of guys are like, well, Zherka, you must navigate super well with karma. No, I'll punch you in the face. I don't give a fuck. I will be human just like you'll be human, but I'll be skillful eventually, right? A lot of guys
yeah.
think of your parents, think of really intelligent people like your parents. They'll go their whole lives not realizing they're doing their own pains to themselves. And it's very hard for a human to realize they're doing it to themselves. So a lot of guys who get cheated on, sorry to say this, bro, last lifetime you cheated on her. And it's balancing now. The influence, everything influencing her to suck someone else's dick. Those influential spirits, they're they're balancing out the energies, right? Doesn't mean it has to go like that. It can always go different, but balance will occur. You will, and it's never a punishment. It's always a lesson. But holy shit, if you don't learn your lesson, it's gonna feel like punishment. And
Mm,
I'm glad that you see it as a spiritual journey, because I know a lot of guys who go through, like, let's say a divorce, and there's no spirituality in their language, and I'm like, oh, this is a dangerous place to be in. This is extremely. That means you're suffering for no reason. This is
yeah.
horrific.
Yeah. And I mean, it's crazy what you're saying, because it's actually answering the question that I had in mind. Um, I was just thinking, uh, like you were talking about how, um, like you and other like spiritual teachers give warnings to people, like if you do this then it has consequences, and you have to go through uh like you have to pay your debts basically.
Yeah.
uh and it reminds me of why God would tell Adam and Eve not to obtain the knowledge of good and evil, but that was the plan in the first place. And it's like you can't avoid your own suffering. You have to absorb that knowledge of good and evil. And
Yeah.
that's what allows Christ to come in and do his mission here on this reality.
Yeah.
And but my question from that was
Mhm.
my question is, sorry, I had it on my mind, but I didn't even know you didn't pick me to speak.
You are deeply unconscious.
Yeah.
So wake up. What's the question?
Okay. So the question was, uh, what when you were going through uh
The dark night of
the
the soul.
yes, the dark night of the soul, and you hear or not hear, but you start to feel almost that Christ consciousness, like the observer that is just observing it and is showing you what is good and what is bad, and you start to get into that feeling state of knowing what you need to do, and that's kind of in the space that I'm in right now.
Yeah.
uh
Yeah.
it's just, I guess my question from that was, do I just yeah, you said a lot, like before I had the question, and it almost answered it, and now I'm just like baffled, like I'm just like
Yeah.
deeply thinking about everything else you've said. So I'll,
I guess
I'll
I
go
guess
ahead and let you go
it,
because I don't want
it,
to waste anybody else's time
no,
freezing
don't.
up. But
It is my mistake that I answered before you asked, but I knew you were going there. And you know what's crazy is like, dude, you can take your time, bro. We got many lifetimes here. Go ahead, take your time with this. Let's everyone sit down. Dots in the chat. Okay, Zach. All right.
I'll let somebody else ask something. Thank you.
Yeah. Speed and efficiency is important. Kayla. Okay. The woman. Speak, woman. Woman incarnation. I remember when I had tits. Yeah. IV, you're a numerology dude. We don't want you. You're a numerology guy. We don't want that shit. Okay. Kayla, press your microphone button.
What's up? What's up, man?
Yeah. What's up?
Um, we talking about spirituality? What are we talking about here?
Yeah. What do you got for us? Like, what's your journey? What have you gone through?
Okay. So I am a investigative journalist, and I work my craft on extremely creative and spiritual level. I've always been the type of person that I in the zone. An entire day can feel like 5 minutes because it's like you're just in this like flow state and information is coming in. And especially like with journalism, like intel comes in so quickly. So you're like absorbing this information and the feeling and like you're pushing it back out into the universe like in a packaged and well produced way that can inform the public on important information. And it's really it's like almost like a societal storyteller or like it's like it's very very spiritual, and I don't hear many people talk about the spiritual elements of the craft itself. But I will say I know that I'm in the zone with something, and I know that I've been spiritually like tuned in when I release something, and everywhere I look, other people are putting other pieces of the puzzle together. Like, and I'll just give you an example. Like, I've been doing this investigation into biolabs and the historic elements of how our CIA has been involved with bioweapons and biolabs for the last 80 years. And when I released this story where I poured my heart and soul into it, and it was this really deep, like creative, spiritual process for me, that same week, Trump got his COVID-19 shot. A guy drops a documentary on vaccine injured children. We have some guy come out on Tucker Carlson, um, who his name's Dr. Andrew Hoff, who had access to level 4 biolabs and was a whistleblower. And then I end up meeting him and talking to him and like, and so it's like just this like fluid spiritual experience that I just love. I love it. It's so fun. And it's just so interesting. And like things happen. So like if an investigation is going on, like doors will just open that you didn't even know were there. And it's like it's very like divine timing, synchronistic. And I think anyone can get it doesn't have to be through the craft of journalism. That's just the way that I tune into the universe. But it could be with any craft, whatever you were born in this world with, the talents and the skills and the insights. If you hone into why you were created and brought here, when you tune in on that level, it's a similar. It's called like the universal flow, and you can tune into it with whatever craft you're in. Ivy, what the fuck you think's funny, bro? What's all these happy faces and shit? The fuck you
Why is
laughing at?
everyone laughing emoji? What the hell? Let her
Hey, you
speak
know
her
what?
truth.
Y'all could laugh. Y'all could laugh. But
Kayla,
did y'all talk to?
I
Yes, yes, yeah.
okay.
What's
I
up?
have an earthy disposition. Like, look at my eye color, my eyes. Look at yours. You have blue eyes, correct?
No, I have
Okay,
green.
even better. You,
I'm sensitive to the light.
Kayla, I'm saying
Go ahead, go
you are
ahead.
less earthy. You're less earthbound than me. You are more like my dad has the green eyes, and my older brother, and that means you're wasting your time on Earth. Journalism after journalism, you have the color where you can enter meditative states deeper than most people, a lot quicker. Why don't you have any training involved? How are you going your whole life just news article after news article, but you don't want to go inward? What are you doing?
I go inward all the time. What the fuck you talking
You
about, bro? I
meditate?
go
Is she
in,
lying or
bro.
does she meditate?
I,
You do not
I
meditate.
like my craft is the meditation. Like, look, you can look at my art. Do you want me to share my art with you? That's another form of meditation. People can. I don't have to just sit and fucking
I'm
like
saying, Kayla,
meditate. Like, that's my
you are
meditation.
not inward at all. You are outward. You are literally touching the world all the time. It's kind of a waste of your powers. You should be going inward.
I do go inward. I have a very in tune self awareness process,
All right.
and and that's how I am able to maneuver through obstacles very quickly because I'm able to tune into that meditative state and tap into the higher realms and not have fear or it's like just what needs to be done.
This sounds like schizophrenia to me. This sounds like
I'm not a
Are you
numerologist.
she's
kidding
a
me?
she sounds like every girl who's just like, I'm noticing. The Kayla, I teach a real esoteric training. I want you to take this serious. This whole you just
Okay,
live.
okay, okay. So
You
what are
live
you trying
for
to do?
news.
What's the
Why
knowledge,
do you
bro? What's
live?
up?
Why do you live for news articles? Why?
It's not news articles. It's and
What if I
what's
told you?
happening.
What if I told you 90% of those articles are not even the truth? You're living for what the are you living for?
It's like I said, it's the ability to articulate something that the collective has a right to know about.
Is this your job too?
Yeah.
You get paid for this?
Yes.
Mm. Ivy,
I'm
what do you
calling
think?
Cap.
I was the lead journalist for James O'Keefe, so
Right, but
yes.
Kayla, journalist means bad person. Am I crazy?
Okay, muckraker. Like take away the journalist, the imperial mouthpiece.
But doesn't a
Okay,
journalist
what
make
do you want to?
things doesn't a journalist make things messy for other people?
I mean, I oftentimes I work with whistleblowers, and I think it's important to advocate for them and for their stories. Or talking about children who are dealing with human trafficking, or the homeless crisis, or it's issues that are impacting a society. Like
Okay,
those
that's
are
better.
those are important things to tune into.
Okay, well, it just feels
And
like
that, and you can all
it feels
uh-huh.
like you're
Go ahead.
you're those people who go outward your whole life. You can't stop going outward, right? Like, have you ever had an inward experience, right?
Yeah, definitely. So here's one thing that I so tomorrow I'm meeting
This girl.
what?
Yeah, just the way
Definitely.
Tomorrow
the way
I'm
you
meeting
talk,
I
Kayla.
work
The
with
way
a
you talk
spiritual
is like
woman. Uh-huh.
the way you talk is so professional, but sometimes it sounds like you're trolling us.
I'm not trolling.
Okay.
So there's this woman,
I
and I love
don't
her so much.
I don't remember asking for this story,
Uh-huh.
Kayla.
I'm telling you about how I go spiritually internally, like
Okay,
in
are
a
you experienced
spiritual,
with plant medicine ceremonies?
like ayahuasca and
Sure, or anything else.
shrooms. What are we talking
Yeah,
about?
what have you gone through? Yeah.
Well, when I was 15, I started using
Oh my
drugs,
god.
and it
Yo,
was street drugs.
are you trolling us, Kayla?
I'm not trolling. Like, what answer? Yeah,
You've been doing
what
drugs
substance
since
at what time
15
period?
He
years
meant
old.
shrooms, not hitting the needle.
When I was
Oh
15.
my god.
Oh, so you want to know about like shrooms, or like I don't know.
You
I don't
started
feel.
you started doing drugs at the age of 15, grade 10?
Oh yeah, I was a drug dealer at one point.
Wow.
In the streets. Yep.
And did
I've come a long way. I'm proud of myself, and that's a testament to internal work. I was homeless from on the streets from 15 to 24, and here I am, alive and well, and that took internal
are
work.
you on drugs right now?
No.
Okay, let me
He
Face
see her
nodded off a
pupils.
few
for
times,
you?
bro.
Let me see her pupils. Flashlight. Kayla, what do you mean you started doing plant medicine at the age of 15?
Opium.
Plant it?
Opium.
No, no.
Did you say psilocybin?
So, okay, is your whole show to like belittle and make fun of guests and then talk about how you think spiritual? Is that what this like
No,
your space?
it's more
And you run
like
your space?
we're opening up about PTSD levels of experience, and you're having a blast talking about I did cocaine at 15 years old. And it's like you're totally hijacking there's people opening up about
So
how they
what?
wanted to
Yeah,
kill themselves. And there's some guy said his wife almost
I
left him,
didn't
and then
know. No apologies.
you come in here saying I'm loving female incarnation, I'm having a blast, and guys are DMing me like, bro, the guy's talking about his wife leaving him, and
What the fuck? I didn't. What?
Kayla's
Oh,
party
okay, okay.
literally 5 seconds after party, and I'm letting you talk, and you're like, you're just in party world.
I'm not in party world. My apologies. I didn't know the tone of the space. I just hopped in and I heard someone talking about spirituality, and I'm like, "Oh, this is interesting." And how do you tune into that in your own life? That was like my grasp of the conversation. So I don't know where the we're at, bro. Like my bad
Okay,
for all the
because
people that
it looks
were
like
on
we
some.
chat. It looks like It looks like I kicked off the last guy and I put on Kayla, but I don't know who Kayla is. This is the first time. She's just
You know,
bold and loud.
well, but I'm sorry. You know, I'll drop down. I'll tune into you. I'll get on your guys' wavelength. I'll, you know,
This
tune
is a
into the
safe space.
wavelength of the depression
She's still
and suicide
laughing. She's
and
laughing
go
at
from
the
there.
guy for.
Yeah, you
She's
got
I'm
to keep
not,
still
going.
bro. I'm
laughing.
just saying. Oh my God. You don't know my personality
This
then.
is
Like
a
I'm a
Kayla. This is
okay.
a
Okay,
safe
it's
space
serious.
for men. It's a safe space
Oh
for
my
men.
God. What did I fuck into?
Enough is
I'm
enough,
so
Yes.
man.
sorry, guys. Drop me
This
down. I'm out. I'm out.
No,
That's
Kayla,
it.
stay, stay. We want to hear what's so funny. That is the devil, man. Women can be, guys. If you're listening to this, we trolled her good. She's like, oh, this is like a suicide hotline. Yeah, but it's kind of cute how egotistical a woman could be, right? Like it just became her whole world, right? She just dominated the whole conversation. I'm like, here we go. Here's her psilocybin experience. And she's like, yeah, I've been just seeing journalism affecting the ethers on the cosmos. And I'm like, dude, this is the language we hear before a woman, takes you up to her hotel. We're on Twitter, so that can't happen. So you're useless to us. Like, hey, guys, remember, if you want to sin and then explore your sexuality, always with someone like Kayla. You always want a girl that confident because they won't even notice you in the bedroom. You can't even fuck up. They're just into themselves, right? She'll just be on top of you saying she's having a cosmic experience. And I remember when I said spirituality for men is life changing, and for women, it's like a party. It's like they're having a blast, and can't knock them because you guys will be women in other lives as well. You're not gonna have 7 male incarnations like me in a row. So this is my last one, right? I've overcooked the turkey. But God bless Kayla, man. That is what we call a spirit Christian that has no idea of scripture, but she's in tune with the Christ. She's like she knows to have fun. That's important. I'm not even trolling her right now. Some people know to have fun, and I'm glad we traumatized her, right? I'm surprised that I'm patient enough to listen to all that. Like a woman yapping for that long, I've really matured. I felt, I kind of feel like that was the initiation. The initiation of don't slap the woman. I hate how men pretend like we don't have impulses to attack women. Yes, we do all the time. Like, why doesn't anyone talk about that? Or I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Right? Okay. Queen Hebs, you asked to speak. Go ahead. And then Dan Prick. I hope that's not your real photo. What the? You're up that incarnation hard, bro. What happened to your neck?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah, that's just a troll picture. But on a
Mm.
serious note, about 5 years ago, I got super sick with COVID. And ever since then, I've been super fucked up, been going to all these doctors, been super tired, fatigued, and all the tests come back normal. And I'm at the point now where I'm like, I'm thinking I'm neglecting my spiritual life. So, my question to you is, what can I do to reintegrate with the Christ impulse in a way that heals my body as well?
Oh, 100%. Like, no, you understand the language, so you understand immediately what I'm going to say. Number one, before any esoteric mind training, are you fit or are you fat?
More in the fat than the fit category. Yeah. Just being honest, man.
Yeah, I like the honesty, but feels like
Yeah.
it feels like I shined a light on him. He's like, actually, it's a little more fat than fit. This is obviously this is good that you're honest, but let me word it like this: it's not that you have to be fit; it's that you have to be extremely fit. I mean, all the gunk off your temple has
Yeah.
to, all the gunk on your temple has to be knocked off for you to even start. Meaning if you don't take an aggressive approach to getting extremely fit through your oxidative pathway, which means a lot of running, a lot of
Yeah.
ebooks, a lot of music, and you cannot do it to burn calories. You cannot do it to get in shape. You cannot do it for the reasons why people do it. You have to do it as a intentional suffering of 4 hours sharpening your mind. This is the number one, like basically you have to see yourself running like this 3 hours a day, jogging 4 hours, something extreme, right? You're going to build up to it first, but as soon as you've got your etheric body, memory body strengthened from repetition, then you're going to go into it. But I'm telling you right now, you're supposed to see it like, okay, Zherka, I will be running like this until I am 80 years old. It cannot be just a 1 month thing. If you put a time, a stamp like a month, a year, I'm going to do this for 5 years, you will fail. As soon as you know you're going to do it every single day for the rest of your life, that means you can't work on your YouTube, you can't work on nothing else. Your temple is going to start getting cleaned out. You're going to have clear thinking. You're going to start eating air because you're either eating food or eating oxygen. When you start eating oxygen, you're going to have some extremely emotional experiences of you're going to be, it's almost like you're shedding the spiritual fat before the fat even comes off, and you're going to feel this fire, inward fire start to, it's pretty much going to strengthen and strengthen over time, over the months. And the more you're going to get into this flame, the less you're going to want to do other things that slow you down, the junk foods, the stuff like that. And you're going to actually be addicted to clarity and clear thinking. When you're addicted to clear thinking, your temple's ready to start meditations. And I mean, you get to skip all the and go into deep mental meditation because your temple has been literally burned by fire, like a phoenix, like you've purified, right? But here's the thing, it cannot be for fitness reasons. This has to be a psychic transition. It
Yes.
cannot be like I've had guys tell me, but my arms are smaller now. And it's not really an aesthetic thing, it's not a bench press thing. We're talking about the mind. You're going to start realizing that your will has been asleep for a long time and it's slowly waking up little by little as you're strengthening your life body, right? As soon as you are at the peak of this cardio, dying thirsty, you're going to break this, let's say, fasted state with something you're craving, which is the nectar of the gods, fruits with water, right? So you're going to stop at the fruit store every single time and break your running fast with electricity, H3O, not H2O, right? Before any liquids, you're going to get fruit into your stomach, and it has to be empty. You're going to stay in your car no matter what till all the food is finished, whether it's 5 servings, whatever you're hungry for. That's a real feeding. You're going to feed yourself and wait in that car for 1 hour. Why? Because if you move that car like my other students, you will stop at McDonald's. But if you wait an hour, all of that high fiber content is going to pretty much rock up in your stomach. You're not going to want to overeat. Now, I don't mind a lot of you guys up your diet later at night and stuff like that, as long as it doesn't affect your sleep. No acidic, no digestion before sleep, right? People up their diet all the time. It's not the end of the world, but your first meal that's connected to this run, to strengthening your ego consciousness, right? Like military style, has to be fruits, just
Okay.
fruits, no vegetables, no nothing else, just fruits. You're going to feel lightning in your veins, and you're going to realize carbohydrates increase thinking, concentration, right? Now, if I want to get you stupid lean, we'd go keto with just proteins, but you're going to be aggressive, you're going to be angry, you're going to be moody, you're going to be, there's not a bodybuilding contest, right? We want to get you electric. So when you go home, your body's going to be aching in pain, you're getting into a tremendous fitness shape, but you still have energy to move around, walk around, do your tasks because of the sugars, right? The carbohydrates, the fruits.
Yeah, that's super helpful. And I think it's interesting viewing food as spiritual because it
Yeah,
is.
you need to digest sunlight, dude. The longer the fruit's been in
Yeah.
the sun, remember, That is a Christ component, right? The Christ is from the spirit of the Son into the earth through the blood. And now you got to digest those fruits, you got to eat them. And it's almost like your first few months of your life is going to look almost vegan. And I'm telling you, a lot of people come here because they want to choke beautiful women and shoot cum on their face because they go, Zherka is a carnivore. This is what his channel's about. But anytime we're doing spiritual work, it's going to look more vegan. You're going to put in the meats anyway later. But we're talking about if you can get half of your day done like this, I don't give a what you do for the rest of the day. I don't care if you attack someone on the street. I don't give a about none of that. We just want half the day of super clear thinking, right? A lot of skinny guys, it's kind of like a weightlifting thing for them. But I think weight training is such a social environment that it has no effect on the mind. Nothing like running. Running is something everyone hates to do, jogging, all that. That's why it has to get done. That's a Goggins approach. And I'm not the kind of guy that looks for cookie cutter. Hey, let's do this. Let's go to the hardest stuff first so you shut the up the quickest, right? And I'd say as soon as your every step should feel like you're dropping dust from your temple, your dirty, dirty body, your
Hmm.
dirty temple. Over time, your temple's going to start looking, feeling squeaky clean, internally, externally. Then you're going to strengthen your will with deep meditative practices. And this is where a lot of people get depressed. So clearly, you know you're doing it wrong if you're getting depressed because a lot of people dissociate from the world. No, meditation, prayer is supposed to bring you more into the world. You're gonna start flirting with the lady at the fruit store and all that. Don't her, okay? But again, being horny, this is the one thing, Dan Prick, this is the one thing I want my students to always check back on me. I want every single time to say, Zherka, I'm horny. Master Zherka, I'm very horny. And I go, okay, vitality is going up, right? Clarity is increasing. We're getting away from depression the old fashioned way, the real way, right? I don't give a about therapy. We're doing it my way, okay? Vitality is something we look for. The more sexual energy we get from you, the better your meditations are actually going to be. Even though it gets harder, it's going to all go up there. I've got a YouTube video I just dropped. You can look into that, but you're going to start building your inner man, your man of suffering. This
Yeah,
inner,
muting that sexual energy into something positive. Yeah.
well, not all the time. You can be human and a woman. You can be human and jack off. You can do that's earth evolution. That's totally normal. It's just when you start getting attached to doing those things like you need to do them, now you know you're off the slippery slope. Okay?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but I've been eating more
that's
fruit,
number
man,
one.
because I've been skipping breakfast. To be honest, I think that's the fuck up. That's kind of an oversight. So eating
No,
fruit in the
no, that's
morning.
great. That's great. You don't need
Yeah.
breakfast.
Oh, fair enough. But eating fruit, I don't eat fruit, so I could definitely do that. Get more sunlight,
Yeah,
and
get into tremendous shape, and the mind will just follow.
yeah,
YouTube videos in the nest. I put it up for you.
Cool. Let's go. Sincerely, Fate.
Yep.
IV, bro. There's something about you I just don't like.
Why?
Just got a bunch of messages of people saying this guy's interrupting you so much. Like, just you
Yeah,
left.
because yesterday I hadn't slept for 2 days, bro. So I'm
Yeah,
good today.
yeah. Nobody want to hear your shit, bro.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Excuses, right? Like this guy, IV. Are you a numerologist?
No, bro. I have a degree in computational biology and in finance, bro.
Okay, what
Like
is computational biology?
like genetics. You can there's two sides. There's the test
Are
tubes and
you
stuff,
are
and
you
then
you are you getting paid from that?
yeah, I work in artificial intelligence, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you
I
should make
code.
money one day. You're gonna be useful to me. Okay,
Smart.
go ahead. I'm gonna give you guys the speaker. Whoever's got the best question.
Yeah, yep. Oh yeah, hell yeah, by the way. Yeah. Just wanted to say that for Nick.
All right.
Yeah. And so before you were talking about like mainly when you were first starting out to talk, you were talking about the karmic like cycles and stuff like that, and then you kind of went more and more on into uh you went into like health stuff, like what you eat
your cleanliness, all that stuff. Um, yeah, the karmic stuff though is what was I was really thinking about, and it just when it comes into like the realm of society and all that stuff and how we interact with each other. Um, then you try to go back into history, like when we were not in this type of modern society. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I just kind of thought that that was the like the part that I was glad to hear. You know, I don't think I was
I
ever.
was
Yeah, I don't
I
think.
always appreciate you, bro. You've been in my community for longer than anyone I can imagine, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised you remember actually, but yeah, I've been around, and you were the one that actually like led me to a lot of people that I don't know. I think it's just been a darker time for I would say the world. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, a lot of people don't admit this because they blurt it out of their heads. But
Hmm.
during the COVID years, those couple years, those were such dark times that did you know most people listening to this call actually blocked it out of their mind? And a lot of them were just bored. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't that bad, like noticeably, but inwardly it was horrific. A lot of people don't realize that that doesn't go anywhere. All that emotional blocks you had during COVID, you need practices to release all that. And it's, it's going to take a long time. It comes with getting into tremendous shape and getting fit,
Hmm.
right? And a lot of people don't realize there's like your your addiction to women, your addiction to cigarettes, your addiction to gaming, your addiction to food, all these addictions are actually missing the mark of clear thinking. You're actually addicted to clear thinking. If you could have 7 days of your life of clear thinking, you would give up everything in your life immediately for it. This is why it's so dangerous to go down a fitness route on I'm going to look like this Instagram guy, right? Because I remember my fitness route, I said, and I was not that spiritual back then. So I was like, instead of getting fit for my spiritual powers and perception and super sensible gnosis, I think I want to get fit like an Instagram guy, but this guy's black, and I don't have the black genetics to go that far in the muscle bellies and all that. So I skipped the healthy fitness phase of my life to get really steroided up. And that's horrific because you make the body an idol and you get dominated by the body. This is horrific. This is how a lot of people get into fitness and they do more damage than good. If you're getting into fitness for spiritual reasons, because you're chasing clear thinking, you're going to be shocked how far you make it on this journey compared to other ones where you're kind of half dying all the time. I've got a lot of carnivores too who cannot stop eating 200 grams of protein a day, just meat, meat, meat. And I'm like, well, Zerka, you did this your whole life, so I'm sure it's like not a problem. But even before I had all this knowledge, I always said to my chat, guys, I think I have a lot of anger. So my diet is probably not for you. Do you want an angry life? I'm not talking about a beautiful forerunner of love anger. I'm talking about just an angry individual, not something you want. And so if my temperament looks like that, can we blame the diet? 100%. You look into any theosophical study, yes. Meat, if you eat meat all day, it weakens your thinking. You look better, you're leaner, all the good stuff, you're stronger, you're more aggressive, but you're trading it for thinking. If you eat oatmeal and fruits, as gay as that sounds, it's strengthening your clear thinking. And you're going to see that some days you're going to be like, I'm relieved that Master Zherka said that because I've been studying for 7 days. I've been dieting hard, in the gym, and for some reason I can't. Just my head, I just not working. I can't remember anything I'm studying. And you're gonna eat what? A bunch of fruit, and lights are gonna turn on behind your eyes, and you're gonna be like, "What the?" Because your body wants that. A lot of people are not digesting sunlight, and it's not enough to get it just from the sun. You gotta eat this. A lot of people don't realize that you're designed like a machine, like you're supposed to be lubed up by these fruits. And this is what's the worst problem with all this is, yes, in far future, humans are going to evolve to be vegan. You know, I would probably be the saddest person to tell you this, right? I like steak. But right now, a lot of people get weak if they don't have a little meat in their diet. You have to play around and see where your energy levels are skyrocketing. That means it's more important than talking to your wife. That means it's more important than talking to your family. Knowing your machine and when it's vital, when your dick is so hard, you're impressed with yourself, you have electricity in your bones, you need to know your machine. Your coach, your wife, your family will never tell you. They'll never tell you when you're feeling good. You'll know when you're feeling good by studying your machine. Study your machine. It's different from everyone else's. Trust me. And you can lose a lot by f***ing up. Let's say I have guys who get out of shape and they're like, "Well, I'm still jacked, but I'm not in terrific shape, but I'm still jacked." And I'm like, okay, but all your YouTube videos, you sound like an it's you have to monitor your thinking. Is it sharp or is it weakening? And now, yeah, if 85 days, you should be 85% sharper in your thinking. That's how it works. It's like you never should go to the alcohol and the stupid stuff, especially if you're over the age of 28. Like I remember when I told you guys 2 years of no alcohol, it's a breeze. You just a beautiful woman, all right? Why don't you trade alcohol for a beautiful woman and fuck her? Nobody wants to do that because they want to be unconscious when they fuck. They want to do weird shit with their life like that. I'm like, bro, look, if you're gonna destroy your life, do something vital that vitalizes you. It's stuff that sink you into unconscious habits and mechanical behaviors. Let me tell you this: man cannot do anything. Man is a machine. Things just happen to him. You have never been able to do anything. You're just watching some good, some bad, some horrific shit happening to you. You're not in control of your machine. You are asleep when you're walking around on earth. This is terror. This is the terror of the situation. When you go shopping, 8 hours fly by and you cannot recall what the fuck happened. You were unconscious. You're entering trance states over and over and over again. That's why you don't remember your childhood, except the moments you were conscious. You have to fight every minute of your life with being conscious. You have to be intentional. This is more profound than any religion, more profound than anything you go through is knowing your machine, okay? Because don't act like your machine cannot walk you off a bridge. Don't act like your machine cannot get you hopped up on Percocets in the middle of downtown Miami with shaky legs, fucked up high, fighting some gay Mexican in the streets of Miami. Don't act like, hey, the doctor gave me the Percocet, so it's fine. I can go deeply unconscious with this stuff. No, take responsibility and see, just ask yourself, why does this doctor want to give me these meds? Why does this girl want to give me this alcohol? Why? They're not in control. They're mechanical too. Every human you see at Walmart, they're not born yet. You're looking at the dead, and the dead are walking through them. I'm telling you, man is incomplete. I know my face looks complete, but I'm not done yet. Like the hairs on my body, on my arms, on my legs, they'll be straight up and they'll be rays of light. We are in dense materialism. That's why we're ugly. We're ashamed of our flesh, but we're beings of light. We're very divine. Not like how that LA girl that sucked your dick told you in a way deeper way. A lot of these girls are having phantom experiences where they think they're having illusionary experiences off overly hyped up middle center, which is the heart center. Okay, a lot of these girls are talking nonsense. Okay, but when you get into real esoteric training and concentration, living intentionally every day, You will spit in the face of all religions. You will spit on every sacred text you have ever read because guess what? They've been distorted by the government. They got you to believe that Israel is some plot of land. That's not what it means. You don't know what your scripture means and you keep spitting on it. Why are you spitting on your own scripture? Some people think a talking snake actually exists. They're laughing at you. Look at the king, look at the queen. They take on such horrific karma because they're such pieces of shit. But look at how they live. They have esoteric science class. They don't have government science. They don't have government Bibles. Look into the deeper layers of faith. Faith is an inward thing. It's not at the temple. It's never been at the temple. Excuse me, I'm wrong. It has been at the temple until Christ's blood changed everything. Now it's a deep inner experience. And I'm saying this inner experience that you're going to get into cultivating, it's only for you, right? When you're intuitive and you're ready to help the world, that's when you can go. You're not going to go knock on every door and tell your mom and dad to meditate. People are going to see the change behind your eyes and they're going to follow you like monkeys. This is not something you want to yell over a microphone. Do this, do that. The people asleep, they're going to get agitated if you tell them. They're going to try and kill you. Okay?
Mm, yeah.
While the lights are turning on in your mind, slowly, just keep walking forward. And that's what we're here to do. All right, let's see who we got. Okay.
Hey Zherka,
Yeah, what's up?
is all of your family Muslim?
No, my whole family's atheists, but at the airport, if they ask to like check on the box a religion, they choose the country religion every time. I don't know why. They give me a bunch of reasons of why, because I guess atheist is an ugly word to everyone on earth. But yeah, if you were to sit down with my family and brothers, they're extremely agnostic. And I don't mean unconscious agnostic like a stupid person. I mean more like they're intelligent people that do the right thing, don't have dark sides like me. The four family members I have are very like, you'd think I'm adopted. They're so adorable, but it's very shocking how they live, like spirit Christians, but very against religion. They don't live for religion. They live for charity. Charity. Stop calling. Sorry, I got a phone call. They live for charity, making. Stop calling me. I'm talking about you, bro. They live for charity. They live for making people's lives better, stuff like that. But if you sat down and talked to them about religion, they don't give a shit. Like they'll sooner talk about Apollo, from Achilles.
So
There's
you
some.
never, so you never actually practiced Islam then? You were kind of just like a label, then you converted? Because
No,
I feel like it's.
I no, I watched Speaker's Corner and bought the Quran and went through it,
Mm-hmm.
and I liked it. It's just and I'm gonna say this. This might link to reincarnation and everything like that. The
Mm-hmm.
names, none of the names moved me, and I'm not saying that to be just. I am a racist sometimes, but I'm not saying it to be racial. I'm saying the
Wait. Then when you say names, you mean like names of prophets? What are you
it,
referring to?
pretty much the whole language, none of it moved me. Now, if you
Hmm.
ask me about Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, I hear my brothers. If you ask me about anything in scripture in the Bible, right? Any of
Okay.
anything, it awakens memories in me. But if you ask me anything about the Quran, zero. I have it's like zero incarnations in that faith. nothing close to it. And I'm not saying I'm close to modern Christianity. I'm close to medieval
Mm-hmm.
Christianity from 700 years ago. I'm way closer to that. Maybe 800 years ago. I feel like that one I can download the quickest. But now there are many faiths that I cannot download at all. For example, Shinto Buddhism, I can't download that, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
not linked to my history. But if you ask me about if you ask me about Buddhism, uh, just regular Buddhism, right?
Yeah.
I can easily download that information. It's almost like second nature to me, right? That's why I defend a lot of Eastern practices, not just because it overlaps with esoteric Christianity, but I can. It's a part of my history. Now, someone like Muhammad Hijab, who you probably know, right? For him, he reads the Quran, and each name in the Quran awakens something in him, like fragments of spirituality in him, right? That's super healthy. That's totally on his mission, right? But here's the problem that yes, all these religions have fragments of the truth and they waken people, they're really healthy. When
Mm-hmm. I believe that.
when you put all the fragments together, according to someone who is not a Christian, he's a theosophist,
Yeah.
when you put all the fragments together, guess what you get? You get
What do you
the
get?
the Christ. So
Okay, I have a question.
so at the
Real
end
quick.
of the
Go on.
day, I don't care where you incarnated, what faith you're, using to increase your moral progression. At the end of the day, you have to submit to the Christ. Period. Bottom line. You have to.
So the thing I have a hard time wrapping my head around when it comes to the Bible is okay, I was raised Muslim, as you know, and Muslims believe that the Bible at one point was the word of God, and in Arabic it's called the Injil. So, and then that man changed the Bible and it no longer became the word of God. I do agree that there's a lot to take away from the Bible, but I have a hard time seeing and accepting it as a possible truth if it's been changed by man so many times.
Yeah, that's fine, but you could say that also about every, like, for example,
Okay.
how many Qurans did they burn? There's different versions of the Quran, right?
No, there's only one Quran. That's the one thing that differentiates
Mm,
Islam from the other Abrahamic religions is
yeah,
is an
well, according to Jay Dyer, there's like, I think 14 other Qurans that they burned and they killed those. And this guy's a theologian.
oh.
He's a theologian scholar who debated Muhammad Hijab on this.
Mm.
So I don't know. You could say he's lying, right? Or he's
I
distorted the
mean, I don't
facts.
know. I've never heard that theory. I don't know anything about that, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't want to take you from your religion. I would never take a Buddhist away from Buddhism and stuff like that. It's just you have to realize that at the end of evolution will be the Christ. That's why Europeans dominate you. That's why you're attracted sexually to Europeans, even though you're probably not European. That's why all girls are attracted to European men. They have the Christ impulse. They're the furthest in the evolution. I'm not saying on their karmas. They could have a lot of fucked up situations, but they're closest to the truth. Everyone wants to be around Europeans, and Europeans will come to your doorstep, and they do a lot of wrong things too, but they are carrying the truth. Have they always carried the truth? No. In ancient times, believe it or not, ancient Indians, they were like number one. There was a time where it was Chaldeans and Egyptians. There's different light bearers of that truth, right? But
Yeah.
you incarnated in a European age, meaning top dog is with the truth. Now,
Okay.
the, without without Islam, we wouldn't have a lot of science, right? So at one point it evolved the truth, right? It helped us with one side of
Mm-hmm.
the world. But you have to always look at the spirit of the times. Where did you incarnate? Did you incarnate in the 1950s? Did you incarnate in 2025? Where did you incarnate? Okay. Then you immediately look at where is top dog. If we all incarnated thousands of years ago, let's say when the ancient India was ruling, we would look at the ancient Indian temples, we would see that they have all of the knowledge, everyone wants to be like these Indians that lost their way today, right? And you would see that the whole world revolves around this ancient Indian center. Every teacher goes there to learn everything like that. You and I would not sit around with some black guys. We would not sit around with some Chinese. We would literally say, let's make our pilgrimage to the masters. The masters are in ancient India. And just like many different colored people, we'd all go there to learn, even though they're way higher and way more advanced than us. And a lot of them would look down on us too, as in, like, look at these peasants. If you look at what's happening right now, it's a different time where the
Hmm.
Europeans are at the top. And I'm not talking about just the Christians, I'm talking about who's higher than the Christians on evolution is the spiritual Christians or spirit Christians who are not religious. So, for example, these guys who want to build AI to make better wheelchairs for people who are suffering. These guys are
Okay.
they never talk about scripture, but they are trying to help people who cannot walk. So these are the truest, in the sense of the word, the truest Christians. Like they are
Okay.
the highest level. Behind these guys will probably be Nick, me, stuff like that, the Christians that speak about it. But the guys who are at the top of the evolutionary thing, they're not going to be seen as Christians, but they're going to do the most amount of good for people who are suffering, right? And a lot of people could say Steve Jobs was one because he connected us with the phone. You could say it however you want, but we look at who's helping the most. When we look at the world, Europeans are literally 1 billion times more intelligent than Arabs. And I'm not saying that
Well, okay.
I'm not saying that to flex, right?
No, no.
I'm
Well, think
saying
about it from like,
I'm saying that it's their turn. It's not your turn anymore. It's your turn is over. It's a different turn. It's everyone gets a turn depending on if they're carrying a fragment of the truth that is sparking, that is like on fire. When you look at Islamic scholars, nobody gives
mhm.
a about what they're saying for a reason. Like no one on earth gives a but
Okay. Well,
everyone on earth will submit to an atheist like Donald Trump. Don't give a fuck about religion, but he's carrying the impulse. He's trying to do the right thing, supposedly, and he's up in many ways. But the Europeans are so much more ahead of every other skin color. That doesn't mean as an individual you cannot join them, but as a collective, your people, right? You're an Arab. Your people
yeah,
are
yeah.
so
I'm
far
Palestinian.
your people are so far behind the Europeans, it's laughable. It's just like if you and I,
Depends what region you're talking about.
no,
Like if
no,
we're comparing,
I'm saying if you and I incarnated when ancient India was top dog, they would laugh
yeah,
at us. They'd say, "Look, it's a European Albanian and a Palestinian girl," and they would laugh at us. They'd be like, "These guys are
yeah,
really low levels of consciousness. They're like children, right?" The Greeks got laughed at too by the Egyptians. They carry spiritual light, right? They move it forward. But when you fast forward to 2025,
yeah,
Europeans are so much more ahead collectively. I don't want to talk about just the individual because that could get
yeah.
messy, but as a group soul, Europeans are so much more ahead of Arabs that it's almost like Arabs are um, donkeys and camels to the Europeans, right? That
But
they'll
when
be
you look at like the UAE, like those countries are more advanced than most European countries.
really more advanced than Switzerland, Sweden.
Okay, well,
I don't
Switzerland and
know, but
Sweden, but when you think about, I
would you
don't
want to
know,
go
like,
to jail? I know you're talking about Dubai, but I'm talking about the whole Arab world, right? And
mm,
I don't think there's a soul on earth that would think Dubai is more beautiful than Switzerland. Like what the
I mean, I haven't been.
it's a desert, bro. It's a desert, right? And I'm not saying Arabs never carried the total truth, and they've done their part. It's just they're really behind now. Okay, and guess what? Guess who's gonna have the future impulse? It's kind of sad. I don't want it to go this way, but in hundreds and hundreds of years, next up is the people who suffered the most. It's gonna be the Russian people. They're next up, and they've suffered the most. They've been history's. They've literally gotten slaughtered World War One, World War Two. They're literally the dog of humanity that gets the football that gets thrown around like a. They've been bloodied and America
Yeah.
used them, America dominated them, and it's sad. It's like anyone who meets a Russian, you want to give them a hug. Even if you don't like them, you want to give them a hug because historically they went through a lot, right?
Yeah.
They're next in a couple hundred years, they're next up for the impulse. If you want to see why America has such high higher power level than most other countries is because the fragments of Atlantis are America. It's not just that whole Atlantic Ocean. It's that on the left side, it'll be this piece of America. So that's why, for example, has anyone moved to America and felt different? I went there for 2 weeks. I said this is the greatest country on earth, and I became famous. I got all the women. I made all the money, and in 2 weeks that happened for me, right? Because
Wait, you weren't born here?
no, no, I'm not. I'm not a born American. But as
Oh,
soon as my feet touch the soil, it's not just the. You know how people say blood and soil
yeah.
I get attacked a lot for this when I say this, but it's the soil that you can get a black dude from Africa, and the electricity of the soil in America will change him, not to a crazy degree, depending on his potential. So for me, it really woke me up quick. I really went to the top quick of what I wanted to do. But it also comes with a downside that you can't stop. You can never stop. You got to keep going, going. Same with Myron because the soil of America is from Atlantean times. It holds the most spiritual properties, right? This is why a lot of people get up with this kind of electricity and think they're transgender because the
Mhm.
electricity, that electricity of the freedom impulse that America carries from Atlantis, this shit can make you go crazy. This is why America loves cocaine. This is why America anything to go into more freedom, which is remember,
Remember, drugs.
drugs doesn't mean more freedom. It means more impulses, more lower levels
Yeah.
of freedom. But this is why a lot of, have you ever seen a woman, probably like yourself, you're what, half Palestinian? What are you?
No, I'm full Palestinian.
Yeah, you're
My,
full
my
Palestinian, and on your profile picture, you're literally naked. But
what are you talking about? It's only I'm wearing a full dress. That is a full length dress.
I don't think you could wear that back home.
I think I could. I mean, there's no country there now, but I could go to Lebanon and wear that. Neighboring country, same culture, same
I,
language, same dialect,
I,
everything.
I'm saying the soil of this Atlantean soil, America, is making you want to take more clothes off. It's a freedom impulse. A lot. Have you ever seen women who go to America and they completely OnlyFans?
Yeah, totally.
It
Miami.
it happens.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Now, is it sad that Europeans are carrying the impulse of, they're the closest to the truth? It is sad because it comes with the most responsibility, right? Like, God forbid what Donald Trump has to see in his death, because every
Yeah.
life that he inconvenienced, he has to go through that. And it's good he stopped the war, but he stopped the war when every Palestinian was dead. This is a
Yeah, dead or even left.
this is an extremely horrific failed incarnation, and everyone fails at the top. Like, Trump did good up until now, but
Yeah.
it's tough. I get it. Anyone in that presidential seat would be pressured by the and all that. I get that. But man, Trump has to go in Kamaloka experience and see all of the damage, which means his purification process of hell, or what Catholics call purgatory, right,
hmm
will be longer than everyone on this calls combined. This,
I thought
yeah.
purgatory was like where you are if you haven't gone to hell and you haven't gone to heaven. It's like this middle state.
Yeah, it's a purification process. You're going to watch your life go backwards, but this time
hmm
through the feelings, through the eyes, the central nervous system, in a complete way of everyone you interacted with. So it's profoundly meaningful experience. It's overwhelming. You want to cry, you can't cry. It's deeper than that. And you're going to be shocked at how many times you were telling yourself, just go a few more hours, just go do this, just go, and you're going to see how much of your life you spent hurt, depressed, anxious, and how many times you were talking to yourself, which really means you're talking to
Yeah.
the Christ, and I'm not saying it as a Christian. I'm saying it as like the absolute, like that is
Yeah.
the I am, right? The
Yeah.
Abrahamic faith I am, and you're gonna
Yeah.
be shocked at how you were never actually alone, but you're gonna see all your suffering and all the suffering that you brought to the world. And this part gets a little scary, is all the suffering you brought to your followers. So if you have tens of millions of followers, this can be a lot longer of an experience. Remember, nobody wants a long experience in Kamaloka. If you have a long experience in Kamaloka, you're
Wait,
pretty
what's
much,
Kamaloka?
it's pretty much
Kamaloka.
you're watching your life backwards, and every attachment you have, let's say you have an attachment to tits, you're going to be burning with thirst to grab a woman's tits, but you will not have a physical body to do it. And this purification burning feels like you're in the desert, literally starving to death, like you're dying of dehydration. It's terrifying, but it burns off all the impurities so you can go upwards. You can skyrocket upwards after that. And,
Mhm.
then everything's great. You can go up into the David Con world, but or heaven or whatever you want to call it. But here's the problem: all your attachments have to burn off. That doesn't mean you can't be attached to something on earth that you transform. Like you could be a race car driver, you love race car driving, but if you need
Mhm.
to race car drive, that's an attachment. Now that's really bad. All these attachments have to be burnt off before you go up. If you're
What attachments have you had or have?
um I think mine will be connected to anger. So
Oh.
it's going to be stuff like that, and I can see that's kind of personal. I wouldn't want to out myself, but
Yeah, totally.
I think power dynamics. You can't take. Let's say you date a girl, you can't
Mm-mm.
take those power. Have you ever had a guy play power dynamics with you, where you can see he's almost ejaculating to being more powerful than you? Like something's twisted in him, like something went wrong in his evolution. Stuff like that cannot stay with you when you're going upwards. It has to get burnt off, right? A lot of guys that are very controlling and this kind of stuff, they go
Yeah.
through tremendous heartbreak just to balance out that lesson. And for some reason, the stubborn male never learns their lesson. Have you ever met a dude at the bar who's 60 years old and still angry, and he's like divorced and angry?
Yeah, that's sad.
A lot of people on this call do not get over their lesson, so they're going to have that experience, and they're not going to be able to do it sober. They're going to do it with alcohol, which is even worse, right? And remember,
Yeah.
alcohol is not like, oh, it's a bad thing. It's dimming you. You want things that open lights behind your eyes. That's why we eat fruits. That's why um I don't
Do you drink at all? Or
I,
no?
I haven't
Never.
drank alcohol in 2 years. I know I've done it on a stream, but I've never consistently drank for 2 years. And I think
It's amazing.
my progress shows too, because
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't need to drink because I have a top 1% male life. If I
Yeah.
was dirt broke, poor, living in Alabama, I understand that. That I understand. I hate when I get messages saying, "Oh, you're stronger than me." No, you're in Alabama with like a toothless at the bar. Like you have a horrible karmic
Environment.
past. I understand why you drink. I'm not saying that I would continue because there's no clear thinking there. But a lot of people don't realize that it's like when you look up to someone, you're not looking up to someone just stronger. You're looking up to someone who's luckier because they intuitively knew to keep their karma clean. You're gonna meet some people who are always glowing, always shining, and you're
Yeah.
gonna be jealous of those people. Like, why the are they so happy? But it's because they navigated through their karmas correctly and you didn't. If you're inwardly angry, bro, let me tell you this, man. You need to go on a 1 year journey of a purification process. And I mean, this is more important than work. This is more important than paying your bills. This is more important than anything. If you are there's some guys out of shape, can't breathe, and all this stuff. And it's like, bro, there's guys smoking cigarettes till they got millions of dollars and they're smoking 1,000 cigarettes a day. They're always anxious. This is not life. dude, I'm telling you, Christ is for the living. You have to practice being living. No one in this call is actually born yet, but you guys got to practice living before you're born. You're not going to have these fitness gurus who, it's so weird when they get people in tremendous shape, but
Hmm.
they're still fucked up. Like, have you met those girls who are addicted to running and they don't get their period anymore? And I'm like,
Oh,
baby girl, you need a spiritual development with your fitness. Fitness alone, just dense materialism, is never going to do anything for anyone. This is why we see Conor McGregor say, I went on a spiritual journey. You came out of rehab. Good for you. But like, I hate people who say they go to rehab for 2 weeks and they say it's a spiritual journey. Bro, you're spitting on the face of people who actually go on these journeys. Have you seen those YouTubers who lose 700 pounds? All of that happens in the mind first. So that is torture. That is a real journey. These guys who go to rehab for 2 weeks, first of all, it's like, don't sell yourself short, bro. The journey's not that short. If you ever think you fix something in 2 weeks, right. And another thing, a lot of people speak about spirituality and stuff like that, but they don't have the right books. Dude,
yeah,
I'm telling you, the stuff I post on Twitter, I do it to advance. That's why I'm more intelligent than all of you combined. It's because I like advancing. I like going forward, right? I like going forward because a lot of you guys are convinced man, look at the studies of how many people believe in reincarnation. But when they were asked, how do you live your life? They live their life like they're going to die at 80. It's like, what the fuck is the point of that?
yeah,
When you deepen your study and realize reincarnation isn't something we debate, it's a fact, you're going to start really seeing an almost like a fear of eternity ahead of you, that you're really behind, right? Now
yeah,
you're not behind because spirituality comes with wings, meaning when you go up, it's not like a few centimeters. It feels like a few centimeters for a few months, and then there's big jumps, like huge jumps. It's not that linear, but every day, even if you fail and do nothing all day, just because you went through the day, you went one micro percentage up. Like, it's worth it still. And there's a lot of guys who are like, well, this is a little overwhelming. Why don't I just kill myself? Because you'll just
hmm.
reincarnate and be back in square one with worse karma. It's kind of like you'll be angry too. And
Do you?
yeah,
I have a question whenever I could go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
Now, I remember hearing your broadcast yesterday, and it was the first time I ever tuned into to something. And the last time I heard something as profound as that, and me being currently, I'm 24, was when I first started hearing the Joe Rogan podcast when I was 16 or 17 years old. But for some reason, my life has been incredibly unique. I've gone through several incredibly profound synchronicities that completely blows things, like, just mind blowing. I remember one example I can give you, and I sort of just want to get your take on this and what you think, because my theory is that wisdom can find you sometimes. And for me, in my experience, I was arrested when I was 18 years old, and my ex at the time went to go bail me out. And on the way into the city, she got pulled over by the same officers who ended up booking me into jail as well. I've had a near death experience as well when I was 15. I got diagnosed with myocarditis, a rare heart disease that nearly killed me. And I had what I would say, a very spiritual near death experience that related a lot to what you were speaking about, the purgatory sense, where it feels like something was just taken from me. I wasn't able to speak in my near death experience. I digress though. But certain synchronicities like that would happen multiple times throughout my life. And I started researching more and more and more. And I started researching even with psilocybin, and it would boost a lot of my spirituality out. And it kind of for me, it sounds insane because I've never been a part of a group that I can speak so freely within. but it felt like my entire being was starting to remember something that it wasn't remembering before. And there was a moment at my job, and I started getting really into these meditative practices away from my job. And I had a gentleman ask me, "Hey, how do I feel right now?" Because I would tell him that I would walk past people and I would feel certain emotions coming out of people. It's very hard to describe. Um, but he asked me, "Well, how do I feel right now?" And I felt like I just tuned into something. I felt lightheaded, is the best way I can say. And I told him, "Well, there's something going on with you financially. There's something going on with your mother. I think she's sick or something like that." And I felt literally like down. And we I work in a blue collar setting, so he's like, "Are you good? Do you need water?" And I was like, "No, I'm fine." And he told me my mom is having surgery in a week, and she has a brain tumor in her head. And I was telling him things about his ego too as well, and he related to that. He's like, "It's insane that you were that accurate. I need help, and I want your take on it because I feel like there's points where I go through some sort of spiritual psychosis." Mind you, I was already experimenting with psychedelics at 15 all the way to now till 24. So, what would you say to someone who has more wisdom, who, to be quite honest, feels like wisdom found me? What's your take on all of this, Circa?
Yeah, I get a lot of messages from guys who they have your exact story where they start messing with psilocybin at 15. Now, dude, you're messing with your own likes and dislikes. That's why it's all distorted. That's why it's actually a waste of an experience. Like a lot of guys who, oh, like, I'm getting wavy. I'm getting wavy. I'm seeing the etheric waves, and the building is turning. What do you mean the building is moving? What do you mean? You're not supposed to be looking at a building on psilocybin. This is a tool to go inward. You're not supposed to be
Right,
looking at the
and I completely
fucking
understand that.
clouds. And no, no,
No, but
and a lot of guys, 15, 16, 17, they go on that goblin journey, right? The Goblin's a funny YouTube channel, right? And they're choosing for their self-initiation, for their incarnation, to do it in
hmm
a goofy way, which is fun with friends and terrifying at the same time. But remember,
right,
when you're being initiated into higher worlds and going for that, a lot of people do it with their friends as a fun experience, and they totally get nothing out of it because
Mhm.
there's never an inward process. There's never anything they got to keep, and they're karmically they have holes in their aura. They meaning they're just kids. They're 15, they're 20. They've got the astral body that wants porn and all this other stuff. They're fighting demons. They're literally going through the good and the bad that kind of has to be skipped over to go to the above, right? It's kind of like your own field that you're with, and a lot of people don't realize that yes, you can have 7 years of immense psilocybin experiences that did nothing for you. If you do not come out of a plant medicine ceremony sounding like Zherka, you are a fuck. You are literally looking at the. I have got buddies who say it's the most profound thing I ever went through. I said, you watched Windows all day
Yeah, no,
building.
no, and I'm telling you,
Yeah,
and
and
don't.
no one in human history wasted it worse than our generation, where our generation is going for spiritual truth when they're tripping balls. How can
Mhm.
you have truth when you're tripping balls? There's no meditative practice. And a
Right,
lot of you guys are doing it with food in your stomach, which is hella terrifying, the kind of
right,
stuff you're going to see. And a lot of people who think, oh, I'm just tough, I can go through a terrifying experience, it's like you're spinning your tires, you're not going anywhere. There are literal people who every single plant medicine ceremony they go through, they level up 1,000 years, right? They
Mhm.
when you hear them talk, you go, oh, this is a different, he's at a different level this time. Then there's a lot of guys who walk around town and they're self-initiating with their buddies, and I get that to the soul, to most people's soul, this is just funny, but to me, this is sad because I'm like, there's people going 1,000 layers above you, and you guys are having. I'm not gonna lie, you some of the best experiences guys talk about is when they do shrooms with their buddies. I get it. You know, you guys have a
Right,
bunch of fun and stuff, and you guys go into, you like the spiritual, you like the hint of the spiritual. But to me, it's a huge waste of time because at the end of the day, how many 30-year-olds do we have who have a bunch of shroom stories, but they sound like idiots? They
And I completely understand where you're coming from that, but I
this is
did my
not
own.
something you want. You don't want to be a 40-year-old man, 50-year-old man who has a bunch of stories but no knowledge. That's
Mhm.
I one time we did shrooms outside of this Wendy's. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, that's definitely not the picture that I'm painting at all. And what would you say about the experiences that I'm having completely outside of psilocybin? It's been quite a long time since I've messed with that stuff, but how about the spiritual instances that I go through with feeling other people's emotions and being 100% accurate and being intuitive? I've heard you speak and sort of glaze over clairvoyance a couple of times, or what would you say in that aspect and me being able to just read and navigate emotions so well?
Well,
What would you say through that?
when I have guys tell me that they just feel like this comes easy to them, I go then let's see some training for a couple of years. Let's see a strict meditation practice and a prayer practice. Let's see that inward progress because guess what? As you develop that inner man, you're going to be literally way above everyone else if it comes naturally to you. If you're these people like Kayla who says it just comes naturally to me, but you don't have a practice, I don't give a fuck how easy guitar comes to you. You have to practice guitar. You know what I mean?
Mm,
So when a lot of these guys who want to talk to me about, I feel this, I feel that, I go, until you show me on paper 3 to 7 years of real esoteric training, I don't think you're going anywhere. I've never thought that. I don't think someone who doesn't work on their jump shot is going anywhere, right? I don't
mm.
care how natural you are with the dribbling the ball. You got to work on that jump shot. And a lot of people, I get it, are terrified because they're like, well, if I do esoteric training, it's not like basketball, it's not like hockey. It's like I'm really scared when I do it. And it's like, okay, then you got even more demons in the closet you have to face, right?
What would you say? And this is, I'm not entirely too familiar with the topic, but I've heard you mention different entities and different planes that could psychically probably attack you. I've heard you mention the term demons a lot. Can you maybe elaborate on that topic? Is there definitely psychic attacks from other entities, demons and stuff? And how would I know that there is something with me?
Yeah.
Because I've been questioning that, and maybe the proof is in the pudding. Or what would you say in that term? What are the variables?
Yeah, usually if we see someone's spiritually dimming, meaning they're drinking alcohol, they're doing drugs, they're doing something that's dimming their consciousness, usually you're more open for attack. Here, your aura is weaker, and we look for two things: blue in the face or white. Blue in the face or white, and a coldness. This is a satanic attack, or hotness, where you're got rosy cheeks and you're hot in and you want to fuck a girl and you want to do something stupid. This is a Luciferic attack. Now, do you need them for evolution? 100%. But do you give yourself to them? Never. And a lot of people who are into hippie lifestyles, they have hot cheeks, red cheeks, and they live for music and just light and love. These are Luciferic influenced people and they'll get balanced out later. And then there's cold mechanical people like Andrew Tate who just want money and power pretty much. And this is a satanic force. These are the only two ways you can get really fucked up in life. Every other way is avoidable. These ways are kind of like you don't know you've crossed the line until you've crossed it, but you kind of have to cross it. And is there a Luciferic force pulling you to getting your first girlfriend? 100%. There's that intellectual force. So I guess it's a good thing there, but it's also a bad thing that you could get addicted to strippers with that force. Now, is there a satanic cold force that doesn't make you want to meditate, makes you want to make money? Yeah, 100%. Is making money great? It's awesome, but you can lose yourself that way too. So the balancing is always going to be in the middle, right? The Christ force. But if you ever want to see if you're off your path in life, you're either too hot or you're too cold, meaning you're trying to ejaculate on for the 10th time in a row, right? You just want ecstatic states, video games, whatever, however you can try and manage an ecstatic state, or you want a
Hmm.
cold state of just crypto, crypto, crypto. How many crypto guys have you met? They constantly talk about crypto. Even when they're rich, they just live like poor people, but they're, I guess, rich on paper. These people are extremely harmonic, or what we call satanic, which is a force that is, I would say, way more dominant than the 1960 sexual revolution force, which is more Luciferic. And you got to remember that, think of cogs in a wheel. Okay, both these forces are like cogs in your brain. They have to turn. They have to, make sure free will is there for you. But you got to also remember, as soon as you're drunk, as soon as you're on drugs, now they're taking over you. And it's not like, sure, the satanic one is evil and loves materialism and loves hurting you, loves hurting children, loves everything that you can think of that is evil, 100%, right? The Luciferic force is on the other side, where they're morally so upright, they don't even want their karmas on earth. They just want light for themselves in their own room, and they just want you to morally progress and pretty much be in ecstatic state, run away from your problems on earth. A lot of these guys become heroin addicts who follow this. Uh, Basically, it's too much light. You can't hold that kind of voltage. Are Luciferic beings still angels? Yeah, they're fallen angels, but in front of them, you're going to be shocked at how wise they are. You're going to be shocked that, wow, God allows angels to have free will and do their own thing. That's crazy. Now, do they know that they're burning out your body with heroin? No, they think that your physical body is stupid. It's a waste of time. Just come up here, stay with us. It's not like the Luciferic beings are doing this to be evil. It's more like they don't understand why you're suffering on Earth. There's higher worlds. Just leave that cycle. That's stupid. And they've pretty much made up their own system for themselves, right? A lot of people love going to them because some of the brightest ideas you have is like the lights turning on in your mind, and this intellectualism comes from like it feels like a luciferic light where it's like knowledge you shouldn't have and stuff like that. And a lot of times this corrupts you if you don't share it with the world. Like, for example, luciferic light will be, do you remember when hippies were saying end the war, right?
Hmm.
That was a
Yeah.
totally Luciferic experience where they wanted to automatically, not through inner nature, but automatically just turn everyone into a peaceful person. Here's the problem, though: when you make all humans peaceful, they get dominated and killed by other tribes. So there has to be a balancing for it. This is why the Christ is the pillar of strength, freedom, love, everything. And these forces are kind of like, they would make sense, but the voltage doesn't make sense. You like, imagine burning out your subtle energy body doing heroin all day. The Luciferic spirits are like, okay, you're up here now, you're ecstatic, right? Stay here. And they don't realize that you're literally dying on Earth and you're not evolving. They don't want you to be a Charizard. They don't give a fuck about your evolution. They want you to evolve like them, just beings of light, Promethean light that comes down too early. Well, here's the truth: nobody wants that, right? We want the crown of creation's powers, what was destined for us. We want human powers, because when humans become angels, we're the 10th hierarchy, but we are going to be at the top. We're going to have the best powers. And um, a lot of these other forces are, they don't give a fuck about your evolution, right? Only Christ cares about your evolution. These other beings do not care. They don't give a like a satanic being. If they can get you depressed on your bed for 99 years, that is like them literally jacking off all day. They love doing depraved shit like that, right? And it's from this not understanding your path. Now, when you evolve completely into the Atman, when you're all the way up there, When you're going up the angelic hierarchies with unique powers, then these satanic spirits and luciferic spirits are going to freak the out, right? That's you're going to have the sword of discernment from Mikhail. You're going to be ready for war. Then they're going to get really panicky and they're going to be like, okay, this is a way different problem. Right now, you're just seen as like a child in a sandbox. But when you're older spiritually, they're going to be like, oh, these guys are a problem, right? And remember, Christ doesn't obliterate these guys. Christ points one to upwards, one to downwards, says you guys can always join back in with me. The satanic spirits don't want to do it. They feel like they don't deserve it. They're mopey and depressed, the little. And then the Luciferic spirits want to be in their own light filled room. They can go close the door and be away from the Father. That's totally fine. You can do whatever you want.
Hmm.
You can, stay in your own universe, whatever you want, right? Do it however you want. At the end of the day, every single entity on earth says, why did I do that? I grew way faster with the Christ, or I grew way better with the Christ. And the Christ is kind of just always smiling, like, told you, but can't actually directly tell us because it obliterates our free will. When an eternal being touches us, like
Yeah, it's literally the balance that
it's
upholds it.
yeah, it's basically like you don't want an eternal being, right? You don't want the
Right.
eternal ever telling you what to do because then 1 second turns into eternity of seconds and you never want that authoritarian thing, right? That's why a lot of
Mm.
people don't understand what the Christ is like. The Christ is not just heroic and fearless, right? But also takes on the fears and has felt fear and has felt everything we felt, right? Took it on, all of it for us. But the Christ is also infinite understanding, where take your time. And so it's very different than what modern Christians talk about, right? The,
Hmm.
the Christ is infinitely patient with us. I'm not. I want everyone who follows me to progress quickly. I'm like, get the off this stupid rock, bro. Let's go faster, right? A lot of guys who follow me think because I talk like this, I want them to go really slow in their development, and I'm like,
And
no,
that's not the
bro,
case.
that's not the case at all. I'm not the Christ. I'm Zherka. I'm telling you, hurry the fuck up, right? Let's move it. Inspire me. Move it. And you're going to see in the next 20, 30 years, there's going to be a lot of spiritual guys talking about stuff, and you're going to always work, right? She understands it. She understands anthroposophy. She's not mixing it with other stupid shit or fun little YouTube channels. She's cool. There's going to be hundreds of her talking about spirituality that are intuitive. They're going to be making shit up, mixing it up with the things they get correct intuitively. These people are dangerous people, extremely dangerous. There's going to be Zherka types that go. They are forerunners. So I think in 25 years you're going to see a lot, millions and millions of views. I predicted a lot of things, but you're going to see millions of views on Steiner, and you're going to remember me, and you're going to be like, whoa, he's a forerunner, right? Like he remembered his incarnation early, but you're going to be shocked at how spiritual the world gets. Do you remember the 1960s hippie revolution, spiritual revolution? There's going to be more booms, like boom revolution. There's going to be more and more and more, and they're going to compound. The only way you should ever know to discern from truth is the spiritual movements that there's going to be a new age one that discontinues anything involving the Christ, right? Them. There's going to be one that's totally Eastern based, and they're going to try and lie to you and say Christ was a master. There's going to be a lot of these Gnostic types telling you Christ was just a master. These are dirty people. Anyone who tells you Christ is a high level master, like Buddha, which is the highest level master we've seen, right? From Venus, from the Venus stage, desire stage, right? No, the Christ is not a master, right? The Christ is the all without end. So it's very different from, you're going to see a lot of esoteric Christians try and sell you on Buddha is the same as Christ. They're both spiritual teachers. And you're going to think Zerka just has a crush on Christ. Zherka just has a love for this Jewish guy. Zherka just talks about Jesus Christ because that he grew up in that framework, maybe in the West, and Zherka's just into the Jesus Christ story the most. That's why he defends him all the time. No, that's not why. Actually, look at my temperament, look at my personality. I'm not really the type of guy to be moved by Christ. I'm moved by the truth, and the truth is Christ. You're going to start, as you get older, realizing, whoa, this is a lot crazier than what we've been told. Esoteric Christians love to lie. They love to lie and say Jesus Christ is a spiritual master. He teaches you how to open your etheric vision and blah, blah, blah. Anytime you hear someone trying to tell you he's a master, they're lying, right? The Catholic Church got everything correct. It's a shell of what it once was in the medieval times. Like, I don't know if you can tell, the churches are shells. Mosques have become shells. Every religious institution has become a shell. I don't know if anyone can tell. I think Protestants really can tell. Like they scream about it up and down. But when we look at which shell has the most truth, it is Catholicism. I know there's so much wrong with it and you can attack it all day, but Catholicism, everything they talk about, how they focus on the Son of God, where Orthodox focus on the Father and Protestants focus on the Holy Spirit, the Catholics have it right. That's actually why they're the biggest. Does not mean that they distort it a lot, but I'm telling you, if you had a private conversation, really private conversation with the people in the Vatican archives, they'll only talk about Steiner, right? But it's, again, not something you want to tell the public, because if you tell the public, then you're expecting a Walmart greeter IQ to download Rudolf Steiner. It's really bad. They'll kill you for it, right? You don't ever want something as complicated as esoteric Christianity in the hands of the masses, because they will freak the out. You want Brady and Sarah to say, Jesus in my Bible, Jesus in my Bible. You want that. That's good for their progression. But if you're highly conscious, maybe you're born in Sweden, maybe in Switzerland, you're extremely conscious to the point where religion's stupid to you, well, guess what? You're going to fall really far backwards without Steiner now, right? And I'm not saying this as like a dogmatic thing. I'm saying you're a highly conscious person, so you get to go debunk him. Good luck, right? A lot of people are convinced that Zerk has this affinity for Christianity. Like, oh, he went through his own personal experiences, he saw his own personal symbols, and that's why. And it's like, no, Christianity is the truth, right? The best version of the truth is Steiner's package, which is a heretical package for most of the people. But remember, who are the heretics, right? They killed Jesus, right? Jesus was a heretic. Like, they don't like the parables, they don't like the esoteric language, they don't want hidden truth. They want Jesus and my Bible. They want the regular shit, right? So guys gotta remember, if you're highly conscientious, go to the hardest work, right? All the hard work. If you're low on consciousness, stick to Jesus and my Bible, right? You can start, everyone starts there, right? It's totally normal. Now, another thing, if any spiritual teacher tells you that you have to just have faith and not question anything, they are demonic. Question everything, test everything, test what I'm saying if it's true, every single word, right? You could be being deceived. Test everything. You can love something when you have knowledge about it too, bro. Okay? You don't have to just have blind, just, what did the Protestants say? Faith, and that's it. That's all. Just have faith in Jesus Christ. Dude, you're repeating a mantra. You're not, what are you talking about? You're just saying the words Jesus Christ and thinking that you're like changing lives here. It's like, dude, these people died for you. The apostles died, Christ died for you. All these people who prepared, right? They weren't just spamming Jesus Christ. Everyone who died for this faith, all the saints, all this, they know the Christ internally. They understand the Christ. They understand it's worth dying for. They weren't screaming Jesus in my Bible, right? And that spirit, is something from the I am. Now, is this something that is this a truth you can get to just by becoming, just knee deep in theosophy and philosophy and all that? It's no, you don't need to read this stuff. You can sit and meditate and find the truth as well. Okay? And again, there'll be a transformation that happens when you are becoming a true Christian, where let's say you don't have followers. Let's say I had no followers. It would be hard for me to talk about all the time because you're turning a lot of people off from Christianity, right? Now, if you're helping fixing people's lives and wearing the cross, you are converting way more people than someone who's just screaming on a microphone, right? The actions speak. Don't ever let a Protestant say there's no word. Like George Janko is someone who is just totally lost his path. I think every second clip of him is saying works mean nothing in the world. And it's like, dude, look how you've structured your own face,
Bro,
right?
it's feminine, right? Because they don't want accountability. They don't want to be like, what did you do today? You know?
Look how humans structure their own faces. That's from deeds. You want to work towards the beautiful. I'm not calling the guy ugly. I'm just saying, don't think you're complete right now. You're evolving through deeds. Okay? Spamming faith only to people, it just seems like you're going to sit on your couch all day talking about Jesus forever. And it's like, have you structured your subtle energy body through thinking, feeling, and willing? Because if you're not doing this stuff, when you speak, I guarantee you there'll be a point where no one's inspired. They're just kind of just sounds like you're memorizing scripture. It's like, no, you want to move people. You want to move people. They're deeply asleep. Like they're in the depths. And again, Christianity is not something that's my favorite. It's not like I clicked on it because it's my favorite or anything. You can get to these truths. You can go take your life seriously and get to these truths. And I guarantee you, you're going to laugh when you realize that, oh, an Arab, a black guy, they all know the Christ. They just forgot. They all know the Christ. Okay? Now they'll call it something else. Like a lot of them will call it infinite love, infinite mercy, infinite. There's so many different words for it. But when we're done Earth evolution, it has one name. It's the Christ. So sounds crazy to say, wherever you incarnated, right? You're a Buddhist, you're a whatever you're going through, that's for your own moral development. If you feel like you outgrew that development, I got news for you. It is unfair. Christ is king. It is unfair. Like everyone else takes a back seat. Now you can use Islam to make moral progression. You can use all these. It's not like it harms you. I'm not that Christian channel saying you're going to burn in hell, right? I'm more with the Catholics on this where, good people, they go up, right? You're all going to have to get purified anyway. But if you want that infinite ticket, you want to meditate daily. You want a deep prayer life before bed. And this is stuff where when you're trolling all day having fun, you're still going to feel like you're becoming an adult. Becoming an adult is not doing what your parents did. Becoming an adult is you are a knight. You have a sword, right? You have something you pray to. You have a cross. This is becoming an adult, that you have a deep, rich inner life with yourself, where your girlfriend, your wife, they don't know what the you're up to, but they know you have a deep, rich, personal relationship with yourself. They cannot be interrupted, and everyone wants to follow suit. Everyone wants to copy that. Why? Because, dude, you're going to be here at 70 more years, then the next incarnation, then the next one, then you got a lot of time to learn how to be still. Okay? You think you're running around. There's billions of people running around right now, making their dreams come true, and nothing changes. I swear to God, you will get bored of the Ferrari in 2 weeks. You will get bored of the external world. I'm not saying it's Maya, it's half an illusion, it's not all, but I'm telling you guys that that feeling you crave of freedom driving the Ferrari is in the supersensible world. Yeah, you get to download that feeling of freedom. It's that best feeling of flying. You get to fly. You don't get to just drive a car. Another thing, why, when you're looking at a Ferrari, why it's so magical in this materialistic world is because it's not actually the car, it's that you're seeing a lot of sharpened, concentrated wills and minds put together in a group soul to build that car through blueprint after blueprint, history after history. So you're seeing a lot of mind put into materialism, into the car, and that is what's attractive to you. Now, all is mind. What do you think is in upper worlds? Way more mind, infinite more mind. So if a Ferrari catches your eye because you're seeing a bunch of group souls who put their concentrated thinking together and it's like affected you, what do you think's above? It's going to feel like 1 zillion beautiful Ferraris, way more than that. You understand that it's not the materialism, it's the mind, right? We love seeing human teamwork. Teamwork is getting prepared for angel work, right? Group souls, many eyes, eyeballs on one angel, right? And if you ever want to know what an angel is like, they dance. Yeah, like a rave. Call Look at the Stars, dude. They are partying. They are singing nonstop and they want you up there. Okay? And I don't know if any of you have had an experience of being really high. But have you ever walked in a party where you see your buddies and you're high, you feel like a spiritual thing, you're high, and your buddies are happy that you're high, which is kind of gay, but they're happy you're high and that you're on their level, and no one wants to be high alone. Everyone wants to be high together. So let's say you take a hit of that weed, you guys are doing this gay smoking weed, but it's developing that bond, right? That closeness, that angel energy, that brotherhood, right? That Christ-like energy. And you have that thing where, wow, nobody is hogging the weed. Everyone wants to be high together. And you get happier when someone else takes a hit of that. And now he's high with you, right? That's exactly how angels are, that they want you up there high with them. Now you'll have some black guys in black communities who they don't let go of the joint. They keep smoking it up, right? These guys are becoming inwardly selfish, and this is how you go to inward hell. They have a lot of problems. But you're going to see that the more you morally progress forward, the more you're going to want to see people do good in life. And it's a euphoric feeling. It's a radiant will. It's something that's so powerful about wanting to see people do better in life. It's a great feeling. It's an amazing, you just want more and more of it. But again, it's not something you can force. Like I got a lot of people saying, I've been a good person for 20 days, nothing's happening. I was like, bro, you got a lot to go through, right? You can't force being a good person. It's like, bro, I don't even recommend you give a homeless guy a sandwich. Don't even do that, right? If it doesn't come out of your inner, giggly, warm nature, not hot, not cold, just warmth, then don't even give them a sandwich. F the homeless guy. How about that? But if it's coming from inward, like from you, from freedom, holy, you want to cultivate that flame. You want to keep that flame going, right? Balance out all your karmas, do everything perfect. And look, at the end of the day, imagine how much higher level I'm going to be than 8 billion people on earth. Because I take this shit serious, right? All right, let's see, Joel, you got a question. How many hours is this? Yeah, Jake, go ahead.
Yo, Zherka.
Hit me.
So about these Jesus in a Bible type of Christians, like I don't know if you've seen that guy Bryce Crawford,
Is that
like
the UFC fighter?
or no, not Bryce Crawford, Bryce something. He's like the
Oh, the
young
other kid.
white.
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of him? Because I see him. I saw he brought like Togi on his podcast and it
Yeah.
makes me
I like
like,
him. I think he's genuine. Do I think that he's going to convert millions and millions of people? No. Do I think he's going to convert a lot of people? Yes. But his approach isn't made for the. He's not thinking of
yeah,
he's not thinking of agnostics. He's not thinking of atheists. He's not thinking of anyone even outside of America. He does not he doesn't have the consciousness to realize he's speaking to the world. He's just in his head he's speaking to his hometown people. I guess that's noble,
yeah,
but I guarantee you he's going to look back on his incarnation and say, "Ooh, I could have done this way better, way faster, way sharper, way and you can't blame these Protestants. That's Protestants will speak from their heart, and Nick Fuentes will speak from the intellect center. A Protestant will speak from the heart center, right? And it's they're never gonna totally get along. Like I could imagine I can imagine that they have totally different versions of Christianity in their heads too, right? But
yeah,
do I think his incarnation, he's doing it? Yeah, that he's doing his incarnation. That's good, right? Do I think he would read Steiner and start crying and try and kill us? Well, I don't know about that, but I don't think you give him a little, you give him a heretic's right and give him a little deeper Christianity, and he looks like the type of guy to self-combust. He'll explode.
yeah,
He's way
yeah. It's
uptight, way too uptight, right?
Yeah, way too uptight. And I feel like, because, yeah, I feel like it's good. It's like an overall good, but it's just like kind of words. Like, even how you did it on Bradley Martin and shit like that, like, that's how I found you and saw, like,
Yeah, I knew. I
actually.
remember I said, "What's my audience?" Oh, Zoomers. This should be easy.
Yeah,
We're gonna scream at them on cocaine. Or I was on Adderall there, not cocaine, that one.
the
But man,
Addies.
I was getting my tasks done, and I kind of missed that because a lot of people are convinced that, hey, Zerka, you're supposed to be doing that year round. And yeah, I could even go to 1 million followers screaming about Jesus on YouTube all day. But you'd be shocked at how much that damages me, like personally. You would be shocked that the way I'm approaching it is like, at least in 10 years, we'll be on Gaia TV. We'll be on all these new age networks to speak to a broader audience. We're going to be talking to the people who don't want to talk about Christianity, right? We need those guys, right? We can't just talk to lukewarm Christians all day. And the most important part is, are you deepening your layers of consciousness? Like that Bryce guy you talked about, I guarantee you he's doing way better than anyone else from his friend group.
Oh, for
But if
sure.
you ask that kid, hey, do you concentrate 8 hours a day when you're off camera on deepening your faith?
No.
He doesn't have a study. He reads his Bible, but it's not his study. You can tell that it's he's like in layer one of intellectualism.
Yeah,
Layer one is
like
like
surface level.
he's like an interest layer. And I'm like, no, we want to see, what layer Nick Fuentes is on for politics? Doesn't it feel like Nick is on this like seventh layer where Nick is, if you ask, Nick is so deep into politics, he doesn't even have political positions anymore. He makes jokes, right? He just wakes people up with jokes because it's like second nature to him, right? But Nick is someone who's really deepening the mastery. That guy is going more for how many souls can he save? And I don't think that game ever ends, right? But if he deepened his study like Nick did for politics, but he does it with the Bible, I think he could come back stronger. And I only want to see people come back stronger. I never want to see, like, I like what Sneeko does, but it does feel like just output, 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 and it's like years of output, right? And
Yeah.
if Sneeko took a year off and came back, memorized the Quran, to me, that is, I don't care if you have less followers doing that. That's in your storyline. This fits the puzzle way more to your incarnation, way more, right? Or even a Malcolm X phase. But if Sneeko does output, 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 YouTube, hey guys, Pokimane did this, up until he's 80 years old, in my opinion, on Earth, that's not a waste. But as soon as you're dead, you're gonna be like, holy, that was a huge waste of time. Like it's gonna feel
Yes.
like you had 10 years of light when you could have had 80 years straight of just
Yeah.
knowledge. You know,
Sneeko seemed like I love Sneeko. I mean, I saw
he's
Sneeko
an
before I
output monkey.
saw
He
you.
just loves putting content out there. It's like if Sneeko was an artist, he'd have a painting every day. To me,
Yeah.
I've never known art like that. I've always thought art is like you go away, you do an album, you come back, you take a couple years off, and you develop into a new suffering package. I always thought it's like that, and I think I convinced a lot of people too to do it my way because people can tell it's like no human on earth would want a 2025 or 2022 Zherka versus a 2025. Both based, but it's not even comparable. It's like shocking. It's like you would think I'm not in this dark hotel room. You'd think I'm reading my notes right now. This like sounds like inspired genius, but it's only because we're compared to old Zerka, right? And now imagine what I sound like at 45, especially on TV. And we're pushing the envelope more and more. We have to, the higher levels of consciousness, you can just move mountains better. YouTube consciousness is you're getting a lot of followers, a lot of money for, I guess, talking about Pokimane, and I don't think there's a level of I've never seen a YouTuber post content for 10 years and they look like a master. They always look kind of like a junkie by the end of it. Like Moist Critical, I like him. He's Year of the Dog, right? But it seems like he got burnt out after 10 years. It's like, no, you look at history, masters get better over time, not like burnt out, not tired, not talking. Now he's talking about Benjamin Netanyahu and bro, the YouTube game is vicious where it's like worst case scenario, you're successful. Everyone just calls you a successful. That's crazy. In medieval times, people would say that's a swordsman. That guy's this, that guy. There would be literal mastery. People would have mastery over the skill sets, right? And yeah, I tremendously look down on output junkies because I don't think, let's say 31 to 41 years old, a shit ton of YouTube output. I don't think your car gets better. I don't think your house gets better. I think it's slightly better, but it's not that much better. So it's not a material. You're not answering a material problem, are you? Right? It's not like man, I really didn't want to on this guy because he's like he was good to me when I met him, but he's a good example of Steve will do it. That why does he keep talking about depression? And I'll say this, a lot of people say he's away from Jesus if he just reads the Bible. No, he's away from his individual incarnation task, right? Which involves free will, which is the I am, right? Like bathing into that light. And so you get really depressed with millions and millions and millions of dollars. And it's not a regular depression. It's the kind of depression that doesn't go away for 30 years. Why? It's not because like you made money and this is what you get for it, but you didn't come here to do what you wanted to do, right? And let's not let's just be totally fair. If you're doing what you came here to do, you can still be extremely depressed, but you're gonna have bursts of beautiful art that comes through that keeps you going. For example, the Lincoln Park was a Chester. There's a lot of artists who still have tragedies. Listen, man, some people's incarnations are tragedies, and if you embrace them, you are building more courage than anyone in the universe. It's the most beautiful alchemical you can make on your subtle energy body. Now, do I think Steve will do it is going to feel burnt out for the next 10 years, 20 years? 100%. Do I predict he will clip it? Do I predict he'll have a spiritual awakening that's very aggressive? 100%. Okay? I remember predicting Connor, but god damn was he late. He's supposed to come a lot earlier. But I guess when you have like 100 million, or was it $1 billion, I guess that's even better cocaine. But the problem with Connor being on cocaine for 7 years is, look, you're in inward hell. You're always hot, you're always cold, you're fluctuating, you don't know what the fuck is going on. You're on impulses, you jacked off 10 times, you cummed in girls, and you still feel really like jumpy out of your skin. You want to punch an old man. This is all from the weak auric field, right? When your auras, in the beginning, it's awesome, but when you can't handle the voltage, it gets bad. Do I think you can use cocaine and drugs to get a tool done? Like, for example, I thought I would die around the age of 28. So I said, okay, let's do a bunch of coke, get people to Christ. Let's go hard and skip the girlfriend and all that stuff. Like, let's just go hard in the incarnation. I already know my incarnation, which is funny. A lot of people know it and they do it wrong. Like, you can't just do it going that hard. But I was convinced. I'm like, I'm battling time, and I'm not afraid of God at all, right? I have a good relationship with God. I just don't have a good relationship with time on earth, right? That's my own problem. That's my own tasks that I took on. So I'm doing it my way. And it's like, I'm wrong, there's more years to life. And now I think I have a lot more years. I think I have like at least guaranteed at least like 5 to 7 more. But if I had an intuitive feeling that I'm going to kick the bucket early, would I have immense pressure to do a bunch of cocaine and go Jesus is King everywhere? Yes. And that's why people have that kind of pressure to become alcoholics and stuff, is that, time is ticking and they start getting burnt up with that, right? The interesting thing is, once you burn out all your jing, you're done. That incarnation's over, right? Um, a lot of people like to talk about, can you get revival energy and stuff? Look, man, you can run on empty for a long time. It's called Christ. It's literally called the Christ. There's a lot of humans who run on empty and they just run on faith. It's a beautiful thing, right? Not to them. To them, it's torturous, but on the other side, it's beautiful. Now, I'm telling you right now, man does not want to know he has an incarnation task. But as soon as he knows he has that, holy does he feel like a man, right? And it comes with a ton of problems. I got to know mine very early. I think it's like 24 years old, extremely early, which made me even more, oh, I don't have, I only got a couple more years to be a delinquent. I better be a really bad one. Like, you start to spin the wheels faster, and it's not, it's not skillful. It's not bad or good. It's balancing out. It's just not that skillful. I could be more skillful. And 27, I'm really failing the relationship challenge. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not a feelings guy. I don't have to fail this one that hard and blah, blah, blah. But no, I actually went there. I found ways to become a feeling guy. You know what I mean? You'll find a way if it's your challenge. And I started going harder and harder. And 30 years old, I still remember, I'm like, okay, can we do half of it? I'll do half the year with content, half the year with this. And bro, in my karma, it was like, not only is your shoulder dislocated, but as soon as it heals, it's gonna snap again. Meaning you have to do your task. You're bedridden. You have to. Enough is enough. You don't get to play outside anymore. And for the longest time, uh, I was so bitter, dude. That was the one time I want to fight God. There's gonna be times in your life where you're like, you're actually mad at yourself that you did it to yourself, but you can't fight yourself, so you're trying, and I was just so angry. And then I got blessed, and then I'm like, all right, I did this arm myself. And 'cause you always feel like an angel until horrific things start happening to you, and then you're like, oh, I've done a lot of stupid shit. And some people are like, "Well, this guy's a saint. This guy's a dude." Some saints get boiled alive. So when you look at good karma people, it's like good karma until the last bit of it, and then they get some horrific shit that happens to them. So don't think that you're running a tighter game than saints, right? And when you look at saints, it's just really bad people that smartened up hard, fast, and because it was getting a little too much for them, right? And the cool thing is, out of the world of senses and time, the suffering is you don't want to trade that. You'll never say, well, that part where they boiled me alive, I want to go back and delete that, right? You will never say that ever. You'll be like, I'm glad I went through that, right? But in this world of senses and time, can hurt. You know what? Some of you guys don't realize. Anyone else been in pain their whole life and they don't know why? Just like, weird, uncomfortable feeling. Just like the body doesn't feel like it fits correct, and feels like there's impulses and electrical signals and weird nervousness and irrational hotness and coldness and weird feet are cold but hands are warm and everything's just off, and it's like I don't fit in my own body, uncomfortable even though I do. I went to the massage and my mind is with me, and yeah, all of that comes from being compressed here. When all of that's off you, you skyrocket like pain free. It's incredible. But all that is like dense material world of senses that kind of feels like clay on top of you, right? Now, on the other side, and through a solar gate, you want to take on the world's challenges. You're like Super Saiyan 3 Goku. But as soon as you start going through the spheres and coming down here, it gets heavier and heavier and heavier, and you take on your karmas or your physical body, which is a physical representation of your karma, and you go, oh, like you're destroying your temple with steroids and your liver with alcohol, and it's just you're doing a lot of damage to your body, and you're taking on the damage you've done in your past life. And when you see how resilient you actually are from all this, you're like, whoa, I'm surprised that little flame of I am can go this hard. And each flame's color is different. There's 8 billion different colors on that side. It's very unique. So you're going to be a unique affection to your Lord, like how he wants you to evolve. But man, you're going to be shocked at like, oh, that little flame of spirituality is everything. It's like the only reason I kept going. Well, I thought it was because of the food I ate and this and that. None of that counts. Go 40 days without food. You can still go a little longer, actually. It's mind blowing. And all these attachments you stick to on earth, bro, they're going to sting when you're purifying. It's going to sting when you're like, what the fuck? I can't have that anymore. Like people with eating disorders, bro, you're going to go through hell in Kamaloka when you're seeing all the food you can't grab with your hands. And that purification, I think, is smarter if you just balanced out your eating habits on earth, right? It's like, dude, you can overcome a lot of things when you realize that it's a trap, like 100% trap. Especially when you start realizing that your temple needs the nectar of the gods. It needs fruit. And none of you will eat healthy because your dad tells you to eat healthy. You guys will eat healthy because it's esoterically accurate, right? Like, how many people DM me and said, I never listened to my grandparents and parents about eating healthy, but I listen to you, Zherka, because it's scientifically accurate, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. No, nobody wants to listen to their grandparents about eating fruit and shit. But if an Egyptian emperor, if an Egyptian pharaoh tells you this is how you strengthen this spiritual perception, you are going to listen, right? And it's not like you want to make life easier for yourself. You still have karmas you're taking on. Humans don't want an easier life. They don't want different karmas. They don't want softer challenges. They don't want a weaker tragedy. None of that. They just want the next spiritual buff, right? As soon as the lights turn on, you're like, oh, that's what's supposed to happen. that you will fight a dude with a sword on the streets when you know you're getting a spiritual buff with that. It's that much. It's like you can't wait to take on your problems because they come with higher levels of consciousness. And remember, consciousness increases, it's painful, but that weird, jittery, that you're filled with fear for no reason, that always extinguishes when you go one layer up in consciousness. Now, you do build other fears in that layer, but you extinguish it. You go up one more layer and it keeps going like that. And you're going to be like, oh, living on earth is like kindling a flame. I don't have time for an energetic, stupid girl yelling all day because it's kind of like, dude, I got to work on my flame. This is already tough. I don't want it to extinguish my, like those guys you see at Walmart that have like almost dead flames, right? You don't want to do that. And you're going to be like, oh, this calmer life is kind of making me into a mature adult, which could be a trap too. You don't want to lose your sense of humor like a lot of people. I know men who are much the scariest guys you meet who were eventually on the right path, and took them a lot longer. And when they were initiated, they never made one joke again. They were scared straight, and which is like, yeah, you don't joke, you don't laugh for a long time after that kind of trauma, right? And for anyone who's been through something like that. But there are people who never laugh again going through that. And that's been written about since ancient times too. And I think that's wrong because you look at the Christ's example. He walks by the dead wolf. There's a dead wolf on the ground, and all the initiates turn away from it. And Christ says, "What beautiful teeth he had." And they all look at him like, whoa, this radical positivity is how you're going to move in the world of suffering. And it's not like to be a hippie, it's because it's effective. Like, that's how you move forward. Like, whoa, that's insane that he's showing you the way to move. Now, I would rather just say that wolf looked like it smelled like shit. I'd much rather stay in a lower tone of vibration. But the older I get, the more I go, this is kind of, I've already done the negativity. It doesn't work. We all know, we all have cousins and friends. And how many people do you know who live, every second word is like negative that comes out of their mouth? And then you go, well, is it that Christ-like to not be this annoying? Like, this person cannot stop complaining. And I'm not bashing people. I've always had a weird problem with girls complaining turning me on. Not women on podcasts or any of that, but like a woman I'm dating, something about her complaining tells me she's alive. It sounds so fucked up. It sounds really fucked up, but I don't mean like that. I mean, that's what makes me sound like a serial killer, but something about her complaining is like, oh, you're human. I thought you were just who I picked up or whatever. But again, if it unconsciously makes me start complaining, and maybe I don't say it out loud, but I'm just thinking it, well, what you do in thought, you're doing in the real world. Like, there's no difference from grabbing